Madam Speaker!
We be led today by our Father prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come,
Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honorable members, after the suspension, we were debating the recurrent expenditure bill. I presume that we are ready. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise again in this honorable place through the grace of the Lord and the will of the people of Freetown. It's a privilege to be here, as it is for all of us. A privilege that I do not take lightly, and I counsel all of us not to take it lightly. It's a privilege that's subject to cancellation if we do. Before I get into the meat of my presentation, Madam Speaker, we had a number of my colleagues having oversight. Well, I'll deal with up front, in his absence, wishing the most honorable Prime Minister a very happy birthday on the occasion of his birthday. I'll not disclose the age, and anyone who wants to buy the number could go and do the search themselves. We also send our best wishes to Minister Alfred Sayers' daughter Nia and the other persons injured in the plane crash from Long Island. When he called me, I heard the concern of a father over the safety of his child. And we expressed condolences to the family of the young Bahamian mother who lost her life. May her soul and the soul of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Reverend Dr. Charles A. Roll on being installed pastor of St. James Native Baptist Church. He succeeds Reverend Dr. Michael Carrington Simonet, who held the post for 3 years longer than I have been alive and gave up power willingly when he found an apt successor. He joins a list of pastors of my persuasion who have handed over the mantle, including notably recently Bishop Simeon Hall and Archbishop Neil Ellis. I wish Reverend Dr. Charles Roll all success, and as I did at the service, I pledge my continuing support to his ministry in that part of the Lord's vineyard. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, colleagues, I have to, in this place, pay tribute to the most recent victim of murder in this country, the young man, Quentin Danny McKenzie, a resident of Freetown who was gunned down on a public park just to the east of Uriah McPhee School. There have been certain innuendos floating about that I would wish to firmly reject and correct. Young Mr. McKenzie, I discovered, was the grandson of the late Bahamian entertainer Smokey 007, Leroy Cleveland McKenzie. And you know, Smokey 007 has a very famous song we'll all know called Nobody's Child. Well, I can assure the Bahamas that Quentin Danny McKenzie was somebody's child. Indeed, his mother, Kizzy Brown Pratt, was a pole captain for me when I lost, and this time again when I was successful. Master McKenzie's father, Quincy McKenzie, is also a part of his life, notwithstanding that his mother is married to Jonathan Pratt, who also was a part of the young man's life. And it was very refreshing on the visit at the home on Camp Road to see two men speak about how they fathered a child, one who was the biological father and one who was the father by marriage. So Master McKenzie was somebody's child. He was a self-taught musician and rapper. He played 5 instruments. Clearly, Smokey 007 passed something down to his grandchild. He was an honor roll student at the L.W. Young School. The young people there expressed that they don't know what graduation will be without him. He was loving and sociable. He was active. He played all manner of sports, baseball, basketball, soccer, and participated in karate and judo. He would pester his brothers to go to the park, ironically, where he met his death, to play basketball. He participated in school events and church events. He'd already determined that he wanted to become a professional baseball player. That was his dream. And he had already selected that he was going to attend Rosewood College. And that wasn't idle because he got a job at Super Value as a packing boy and would save his money towards that. His birthday would have been June 22nd. Unfortunately, somebody who was not a properly brought up child ended this young man's life. I always start and begin my contribution by telling Freetown I love them, and that is correct, and that is in fact the second commandment. The first commandment being, of course, to love the Lord with all your heart and all your might. The second being to love your neighbor as yourself. Nobody who loves their neighbor could do that. And so that is what we need. More love, less hate. More responsibility. It is as simple as that. Until we get it, we will continue to have these problems. I will come back later in my contribution to say how we intend to address the safety of these public spaces, given what was alleged to have been happening before, during, and after that event. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I turn now to some precatory comments before moving on to the substantial contribution about my ministry and its agencies. Madam Speaker, I operated for 32 years in an arena in which you were not permitted to approbate and reprobate. you could not blow hot and cold. You had to decide whether you were fish or fowl. I say that simply, Madam Speaker, because the Bahamian people are watching. We've had a cry for relief. On assuming office, we said that we would reduce VAT by 2%, and it was said that it couldn't sensibly and safely be done. But it has been done. And I would say that the Bahamian people should remember who said it couldn't be safely done, because that is what accountability is about. We have since then had a lot of talk about VAT on breadbasket items. Well, I used to do the shopping for my household, and it wasn't only because I wanted to watch my money, but it was because it gives me joy. Very simple things, Madam Speaker. If you buy a single can of sardines, it's actually cheaper per unit price than if you buy the 5 packets packaged together. I walked around and watched my money in that regard. But some people would have us believe that the 99 cents breakfast that is not 99 cents anymore could be made without the consumption of gas, where VAT was the whole 12% on cooking gas and was reduced. They would have us believe that the breakfast could be packaged without going in a package and utensils that had the whole 12% on it. And like Golden Gates, the member for Golden Gates who runs a hot breakfast program for a school, I do as well. And the most expensive item isn't the grits, isn't the tuna, it's the juice and the water. And I thank the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador for reducing the VAT on the most expensive item in the breakfast that I provide for the students of Uriah Mountain. In campaigning, I discovered that the staple food for people wasn't actually these breadbasket items. Pork chop ends and chicken thighs, which is very economical if you buy 10 pounds at $9.99. See, I was watching my money, 10 pounds, $9.99. You could feed quite a bit more people than the same value of corned beef or tuna. The people of Freetown know this. So we got the relief of the 2% reduction across the board. And now in this budget, we have the relief on all of those other items that people depend on to live. And again, I say on behalf of Freetown, thank you to the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. If I may be indulged to deal with one other item, and I do commit to getting to the Ministry of National Security and its agencies, but it's this budget is about recovery and rebuilding. Now, when you deal with recovery, it is important to set the stage of where you're recovering from. So for instance, Madam Speaker, I'm told this jacket is a little bit too tight on me now. And somebody wondered how I would hold my stomach in for 2 hours. But the bottom line of it is, if I am seeking to measure my improvement in cutting this down, I must establish where I started from in the beginning. And that will be the only purpose for which I will make any reference to anything related to the past, to establish where we're recovering from, and so where we're going. And so, for instance, Madam Speaker, there was a lot of talk about the urban renewal ban, and there has to be, because in Vision 2040, The plan that was agreed in a bipartisan manner by everybody, contributed to by civil society, researched, agreed, and laid out. Organizations like the Urban Renewal Band are acknowledged as a way to direct young people in the right path. The motto is, it's easier to build a boy than to repair a broken man. Well, the facts are that in 2017, the Urban Renewal Band stood at 600 members. The director, Superintendent Campbell, was then transferred to the South Central Division, as the record showed. And then from 2017 to 2020, the band operated with a membership of 60 to 70 persons, with no transportation and with no instrument purchase. The band was able to operate because the records show that the parents financially assisted their children who were in the band. The children whose parents could not afford it did not get the privilege of continuing. During the period 2017 to 2020, the band made 2 trips to Atlanta and Tampa. With little or no help from the commission, the records show that the tickets were purchased by the parents and from personal sponsorship, and the commission assisted with accommodation and transportation. During that period, when the ban was requested, the commission didn't assist locally. The Mount Moriah Transformers Band was formed out of an initiative of the South Central Division, which is where Superintendent Campbell had been transferred. And they then built a group around that. That band was restricted and became the Mount Moriah Band. That band made 1 international trip, according to the records, to Chicago to attend the McDonald's Thanksgiving Day Parade. That was the state of the Urban Renewal Band. When the government changed, I'm happy to see that the member for Marathon just came in, because she can attest that there has been massive growth in the Urban Renewal Revolutionized Band. And I'm still proud to say that Freetown leads the way in participants, and I still challenge everybody else in here to catch us up. So that's just retrospective. I am assured that by this summer, we should be back up to full strength. But corporate Bahamas is warned that this worthy endeavor requires support. The government will support, and we ask that you support also. With that, Madam Speaker, and that perspective, I move now to the estimates with regard to the Ministry of National Security and its agencies. I'm pleased to announce that there has been no reduction in either the recurrent or capital budgets of the ministry or any of its agencies. In fact, Madam Speaker, there have been increases. And if one includes the phenomena that there is now being set up a central purchasing unit, when you add back the sums that would have gone to the ministry to purchase items that are now being centrally purchased, there is even a healthier increase in the budget. And just for perspective, Madam Speaker, because I have a lot to say and I don't want to bore people with all the numbers, on page 271, there is a classification of only recurrent expenditure by functions of government, and the Davis-Cooper administration for this budget period is budgeting for defense 62 million, 62 million, sorry? Sorry? Oh, yeah. It's still Davis Cooper. I'm not going to say Pintard Minister opposition. No. So 62.076 million, and for public order and safety, 253.631 million, an increase over the previous year, and likewise for the capital budget. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of National Security encompasses a number of agencies: the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas Department of Corrections, the Parliamentary Registration Department, and then there's the ministry proper. As noted by the Prime Minister in his communication, Madam Speaker, this administration takes the safety and security of all within our borders seriously. A close examination of this year's budget will reflect: 1, there are no human capital cuts, as I've said, or reduction in the ministry or its agencies. Indeed, in recovering, we are recovering from manpower deficits, and we continue to recruit. My ministry and the law enforcement agencies under its remit, taking into account the reduction in select line items, were increased across the board. Allocations have been made for recruitments of officers to the Department of Corrections, the Police Force, and Marines for the Defense Force, respectively, all to make up for manpower deficiencies that we are recovering from. This Davis-Cooper administration has seen it fit to apply common sense budgetary practices. The fiscal cycle will result in food, ice, and drinking water for the ministry and its agencies now being centrally purchased with cost savings. To understand the magnitude of this decision, as I would have been setting out, one just needs to look at the Department of Corrections. Generally, it would have $1.9 million for food, ice, and drinking water. This year, it's $10,000 because all of the other items will be purchased centrally. Animal food will be purchased centrally for the canine unit. So when you see a zero value, we're not feeding the dogs or getting rid of them. The food is being centrally purchased. This makes sense. It is good sense. It is simply taking advantage of economies of scale in purchase. Looking now, Madam Speaker, at the Royal Bahamas Police Force. This is the agency responsible for the maintenance of law and order. In this cycle, $125.299 million are allocated for its recurrent expenditure. In this government's first budget presentation, the administration wanted to ensure that the adequate management of safety and security was paramount. Our goal is to ensure that our policies and priorities are aligned with democratic best practices, ensure consistency with the rule of law, and ensure that the provision of safety and security is managed in the public's interest and not just the interest of a select few. As the ministry responsible for safety, we bear the political responsibility for the activities of the sector. Hence, consideration is given to extensive policies and management structures to ensure that the applicable policies and practices are transparent and accountable to the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, the Davis-Cooper administration commitment to tackling crime was articulated in the Blueprint for Change, and it includes, and I quote, introducing research-based analysis and policies on countering antisocial behavior, violence, and crime, and increasing investment in the community policing unit for community policing throughout the Bahamas. To complement the Commissioner's policy, the Commissioner's policing plan, we have invested in technologies, professional development training for employees, succession planning, and I will get to that shortly, multidisciplinary recruitment, and improved community relations with the public. Just this past week, Madam Speaker, the police force hosted the annual general meeting of the Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police in the Bahamas for the very first time. Yes. Over the course of the week, the commissioners and experts in the safety and security field discussed the status of safety and security in their respective countries. Not surprisingly, the Bahamas, like our regional counterpart, has experienced a high rate of violence, particularly homicides committed with firearms. The trends have been attributed to the narrowing economic and educational opportunities that were worsened due to the COVID-19 pandemic and its mitigating actions taken by regional governments. Hence, for the period 1st January to 31st May 2002, statistics revealed an increase of major crimes from 1,580 in the period last year to 1,872 for the same period this year. That's an overall 18% increase. It should be noted that that increase is attributable to New Providence and Grand Bahama, as the family islands actually experienced a 23% decrease for the same period. The incidence of violent crimes against a person rose by 45% from 508 to 315. And the numbers that everyone seems to be very concerned about, murders increased from 58 incidents from 46 for the same period last year. It is a problem that is vexing that the Commissioner saw across all of the region. In that period, Madam Speaker, ShotSpotter, which is localized and limited, detected 296 gunshots, consisting of 207 multiple shots, 76 single shots, and 13 probable shots. 419 shell casings were collected, and 8 rounds of ammunition were seized, and all were analyzed. 10 suspects from this information were apprehended by responses to ShotSpotter, and there was a seizure of 173 firearms and 2,715 rounds of ammunition. There were also drug seizures in the intensive patrol setup of 511 pounds of cocaine and 5,178 pounds of marijuana. This resulted in the arrest of 543 persons, with 427 of them being charged. While the statistics are disturbing, our research suggests that the trafficking of illegal firearms and ammunition by transnational criminal organizations and the sale by local gangs result in easy access to weapons by criminal elements in our nation. It is important to note a fact that is self-evident. The Bahamas does not manufacture guns, ammunition, and with the exception of 1 or 2 cannabis plants, nor do we produce drugs. All of the above are flowing to us, sorry? Grand Bahama has a number of fields. They're famous for that. The only drug that we are known to produce here locally in small quantities is marijuana. There's a disturbing trend that one observed where marijuana is being imported into the Bahamas from Canada and the United States, a reversal of the previous flows. All of the above are flowing from North America and South America, particularly from the United States and Venezuela. As the Honorable Prime Minister has said publicly, most of the weapons seized are coming from North America, and hence we're continuing to work hand in hand with our U.S. and regional counterparts to seek to rid our streets of illicit firearms and drugs. One can recall that we have a very robust relationship with our neighbors to the north in combating the flow of drugs through our country to theirs. And the Prime Minister and this administration is simply calling for reciprocity in our neighbors to the north, seeking to stop the flow of firearms from their jurisdiction to ours. In the new fiscal year, my ministry will invest in modern information technology solutions. Research suggests that most criminals, particularly transnational networks, utilize technologies to carry out their nefarious activities. To counteract the same, law enforcement must use the same technologies to combat modern crimes. The list of technologies that is in the ministry's investment for the police are the following. Electronic monitoring. There's an electronic monitoring solution that the total value of the 3-year contract is $7,603,680. Under the previous agreement, the police had to expend resources responding to breaches of monitoring and false signals. During those responses, officers were taken away from other policing duties. With the new arrangement, the provider Metro Now, who is headed by a retired senior police officer, will now provide 2 surveillance vehicles to respond to breaches and false alarm. To complement this agreement, the Police Staff Association will work in conjunction with Metro to use off-duty officers to respond to breaches and false signaling. This saves the Bahamas government time, which is a saving of money, bearing in mind the manpower shortages that we have inherited. For the new fiscal year, my ministry will allocate $3.4 million for electronic monitoring of persons. The shift in vendor will result in a 12.5% savings, or $487,280 for the government compared to the previous budget cycle. A more efficient company will allow for better surveillance of offenders who are under police supervision. The benefits will include monitoring and verification of offenders' whereabouts, determining new offending, increasing the likelihood that any violation of the terms of supervision will be detected and sanctions applied. In one of the reports that come to me daily, there was an armed robbery that took place by a person who was being electronically monitored, and the police were able to be advised of that person being at the robbery and to in fact apprehend the offender and recover all of the property. That is the value of this type of technology. On closed circuit TV, my ministry will allocate $1.93 million to advance the CCTV program. And I stop in the part for my prepared remarks to say, I've had a discussion with ACP Shivago Dames, who is responsible for this, and he will be working on a project that we will be seeking in this expansion to put CCTV cameras on all of the public parks in New Providence and Grand Bahama. If these are to be safe places for our children and young people to play. If indeed there was gambling on the basketball court at Uriah McPhee, those persons will know going forward that the police will see it. We do not guarantee that people cannot do foolishness, but one would hope that if they know that they are being seen, that like cockroaches, they will go to the dark and not stay in the light. We cannot continue to have a situation where we rely on eyewitnesses alone who may be reluctant to come forward. We must protect these spaces, and we will seek to protect them with CCTV cameras. I must alert the member for Angliston that ACP Dames will be wishing to discuss with her and her ministry putting these cameras in our public schools that have been identified as subject to problems. The Royal Bahamas Police Force polices the entire Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and our public schools are part of that area that they police. An additional $158,000 will be allocated to the real-time crime lab, which is where the information is tracked and dealt with as it happens. The ministry will be allocating $946,000 to maintain the legacy 1 and 2 camera systems throughout the Bahamas. As these cameras are already in place, we see no reason to not continue to elude them. Earlier, we referred to the success of the police with Spot Shotter. The long and short of it is we are extending Shot Spotter. We met on the table and taken up a proposal by the provider that if we purchase a little more coverage, they would provide us 4 square miles of coverage free of charge, and that they would also throw in for us with a little private arm twisting devices for the patrol vehicles. The significance of this is that instead of having to wait to be advised by police control room of a shot, the officers will have cell phones that will tell them right away that a shot has just been detected, for instance, 100 yards to your left, right, or ahead. The use of technology is very important in getting ahead of the curve. During the next fiscal year, Madam Speaker, my ministry will invest $835,000 in maintaining audiovisual integration systems that run in the real-time crime center. We are seeking to have the CCTV camera system aligned with ShotSpotter so that when a shot is detected, the camera system will pan to the area of the shot and can therefore provide images of whoever was in that area coming or going. I move now to Marco's Alert, Madam Speaker. This is the system named after Marco Archer. It was advanced first by the late Honorable Bernard Nottage. That's how long ago it was conceptualized and began to be worked on. With a little bit of encouragement, all of the telecoms providers have come on board, and the system was tested in the presence of the spouse of the Prime Minister and Mrs. Anne-Marie Davis. And this year, we intend to allocate $351,880 to this system. To be clear, the system will not only function to interrupt cell service and issue an alert on cell phones about abducted children. As we enter the hurricane season, it will also be used to send localized alerts to areas that are under threat. And the public may have noticed the test of this system in selected parts of the island. And certainly it was the stuff of comments. And so it works, and we expect imminently to have the spouse of the Prime Minister preside at the actual launch. More than anything else, Madam Speaker, she has been hounding me as to when this system will be fully operational. And I really should change that word. That may not be a nice thing to say, that the spouse of the Prime Minister hounds me. But she calls me frequently. Her assistant calls me frequently. Everywhere they see me, they ask me about it. And so I'd withdraw the word hound and adopt the more eloquent word from Marco City, which is consistent in their request that we got it done. And to use a phrase from the opposition, we have fixed that, as we are fixing so many other things. I turn now to body-worn camera and dash cameras. We're investing $233,000 to support the maintenance of these systems. These systems are important because they provide objective evidence of what is happening. They protect the citizen and they protect the police officer, who is then immune from idle allegations. I cannot understand, Madam Speaker, why there was an outcry when I repeated something that has been said by the Commissioner of Police, by Deputy Commissioner of Police Fernanda, by Chief Superintendent Lockhart when he was in charge of the police tribunal, that the public is invited and encouraged to record what they see happening. Indeed, I saw a recording of an interaction with a citizen who was resisting arrest, using obscene language and issuing threats. I didn't see any of the officers with body cameras, but the Lord is their guide, and that we have the video of what the citizen was doing in the interaction with the police. No one who is acting properly should have any fear of their actions being recorded as it happens. The government is investing quite a bit of money in this technology for the safety of the citizens. The citizens are encouraged, as far as they're able to continue to provide us with material that may assist. The other item of technology that is listed for the police, simply because it's installed in police stations, is the Sexual Offenders Registry biometric sign-in. As has been indicated, this is a system that permits sexual offenders who are subject to registration and monitoring to sign in at a police station using biometric means. The sum of $588,000 is allocated for this system. As would have been indicated, persons are being released, they're subject to monitoring, and this system will assist. I can, for the edification of this House and the public, say that the issue of public notifications of the release of sexual offenders that the registrar and the commissioner of BDOCS are judged to be dangerous and is notified to the minister did take place. An offender's release was notified. In a time that I was on a fact-finding mission, the offender was discovered deceased. The autopsy of the offender is complete, and from what I saw, there were no indication of blunt force trauma, and the commissioner should be speaking very shortly to the cause of death. But it is important for public safety to protect the public. It is something that I take seriously. It isn't something that I did lightly, and it is my duty to do it, and it is my burden to live with any consequences of any decisions that I make. Madam Speaker, To support the investment in technology, capital investment are necessary to improve the operational capacity of the police force. For this next fiscal year, we will be spending $1.615 million to upgrade the police AS400 server system, upgrade their PBX system, and to purchase first responder radio and computer equipment, satellite phones, and to replace the trunking system in Grand Bahama and Abaco that were destroyed in Dorian. The server system and this communication system is vital for the communication needs of the police force. It has been down for far too long, and we intend to correct that. Yes, Weston, that's something else we're fixing. We're also fixing the dilapidated state of many, many police stations. It was troubling to see in successive budgets very little allocation for this, if any. And we're allocating $1.5 million to renovate various police stations in New Providence and the Family Islands. And a very simple thing, and I think it may have been either East Grand Bahama, I think it's East Grand Bahama, who asked about something as simple as furniture to permit police officers to comfortably use police stations. $305,000 is allocated for that purpose. I've made a tour of 1 or 2 police stations in Grand Bahama, some in Abaco, and I must commend the police officers who continue to work in the circumstances which really were not suited to their level of professionalism and the jobs that they were doing to keep us all safe. I'm happy also to announce, Madam Speaker, for all of the people in the Family Islands who are crying that they need vehicles. South, Central, and South Elutra, North Andros, South and Central Andros, that $400,000 is allocated for the purchase of police vehicles. The public may have seen. Sorry? Oh, Nabi should see some relief shortly. But the public may have noticed that with the uptick in homicides and the desire to effectuate saturation patrols, that there was a challenge for vehicles. It is unfortunate, but that is what we found. And we, as requested by the side opposite, are fixing that as well. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, gone are the days when there were discussions about police not being armed. The sad reality is that the world in which we live in require police to be armed for their protection and ours. This year, there's an allocation of $650,000 towards firearms and ammunition. And that goes not only to replace what I have witnessed as some, let's say, less than recent firearms, but it is also to ensure that there's sufficient ammunition that our police force may stay certified on the weapons that they must use so that when they must use them, they can do so accurately and safely. It is a sad state of this Bahama land that in my lifetime, when I was a boy, there was arguments about whether the police should have anything other than a truncheon. But today we witnessed in Golden Gates persons purporting to fire at the police and fire on the police. That will not be tolerated. And so resources are being made available for the police to stay current in the use of force so that if, and hopefully very seldom, if required, they can do so efficiently. The success of the agency, the police, is a reflection on the outgoing Commissioner of Police, Paul's role. He began his career in May of 1983 and rose through the ranks to become commissioner. He's retiring after having served in every rank. He's a man of letters. His bio, which I intend to release to the press, shows that he has had much education in matters of policing and matters of management. He is in fact qualified to take up the post that he is now taking up or about to take up when he demits office as ambassador to the International Maritime Organization. Persons may not be aware, and for those who aren't aware, Commissioner Roll has much qualification in this area. The maritime area is one of great importance to this country, and he is assuming this role as somebody not only with what we would call book learning, but massive experience in management, not only from education, but from having managed the Royal Bahamas Police Force in very trying circumstances. He will bring this experience to the international maritime arena to enhance the Bahamas' place as we were just elected to the IMO Council. And we look forward to him bringing the same innovation as he did with the Royal Bahamas Police Force, with the Real-Time Crime Center, and all of the other technologies that he oversaw. I thank Commissioner Paul Roll for his service, and the people of Andros, Nabi, should be proud to know that you have a son of the soil who has done such a great feat for this country, and his legacy is written. I congratulate him as he got prepared to take up his role. We come now to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. And Madam Speaker, before I begin with the budget aspect of it, I was distressed to see on social media some things that will cause me to say in this place what I say to the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force when I address them on base or at funeral. Alfred Lord Tennyson, a poet laureate, wrote a poem about the charge of the Light Brigade, where he sets out the duty of a soldier, and he does so in striking, poignant terms. In the second stanza of the poem, after saying that there was in fact an error made, he defines the duty of soldiers, like ours, when he says, theirs is not to make reply, theirs is not to reason why, theirs is but to do and die. That is the job and duty of a soldier. And to see on social media an account where we didn't spend a lot of money to send a lot of them to the Platinum Jubilee event, but to see a woman Marine who walked a blister in the back of her heel during practice do what our soldiers do. They make it happen. And so she paraded, notwithstanding the injury, notwithstanding the pain. And after the fact, after treatment, was told to wear footwear. And I saw some nonsense about she was getting an award, when my information is they were exchanging challenge coins. This is something I've learned since I've gotten the job. This is a challenge coin from the HMS Medway. All it is a little coin that soldiers give one another. It's not an award, it's just something they do. But having traveled for her country, done her part through pain, to see the lack of gratitude is really and truly distressing. We may think that our soldiers are not exposed to great risk of death, but I remind all of us that on the approach of Hurricane Dorian, we deployed members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to the strike zone of an incoming Category 5 storm, and they went. And you know what? My son, that was his first deployment. And he told me about it, and it really is a matter where they do put their lives on the line for us. And I do not have any time or patience for people who are ingrateful and show ingratitude towards the men and women who we ask that of. And we just commemorated the fact that right after their formation, they did shed blood on behalf of this Commonwealth. And so when the member for Fox Hill talks about statecraft means that you do not malign your institutions unnecessarily. For persons to talk about the commanding officer, they have 3 uniforms. They call them number ones. That's the purely ceremonial uniform. Number 2 are the short sleeve white ones. And the number 3s, which the commander is shown in, is the work uniform. It is that color because you expect to work in it. You expect to get it rumpled and dirty. I would just ask the Bahamian people, before you are critical of these persons who do us this service, please just simply find out some of the details, because that is the very least that we can do to persons whose job is to do or die. And I've been with them, and I can tell you, their motto, somewhat of a motto, is they make it happen. From whatever you tell them to do, with whatever you give them, they will make it happen. And I just ask for that degree of respect for them. The Royal Bahamas Defense Force was founded and established by the father of the nation, although there's something that says that West End says the father of the nation is someone I will refer to a little later, Sir Lyndon Pinland, and it continues to make invaluable contributions to guarding our heritage. In this fiscal cycle, they have been allocated $62.076 million for recurrent and $14.65 million for capital. The Prime Minister's instruction to me, and having worked with the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Ramkins, and Salvador over 30 years, if he gives you instructions in writing, that's a very good idea, that he intends for them to be carried out and carried out timorously. And to restore the Defense Force to full operational strength, and to watch the growth and to sponsor the growth of the baby of Sir Lyndon is one of my mandates. We are funding the decentralization of the Defense Force, and they are decentralizing to make themselves more efficient. In preparation of decentralization to Gunpoint, Ragged Island, one of the most important places in the Bahamas since I was born there, we're constructing a 15,000, sorry? One of them, yeah. We're constructing a 15,000-gallon bulk fuel storage facility, and that's nearing completion, and I hope to visit it together with American officials in order that we thank them for the assistance that they're giving us. The equipment for the reverse osmosis plant is on site and will begin to be installed to produce water. And that makes access to the Great Bahama Bank easier for patrol craft. Matthewtown, Inagua is also being upgraded, Madam Speaker. And again, bulk fuel facilities are being put in place there, and work is being done to construct the commanding officer of the Southern Command in Matthewtown, Abaco, together with accommodation for the officers and warrant officers for a net total of $500,000, Madam Speaker. There will be extensive upgrading at Coral Harbor in terms of civil works. We will be purchasing a $500,000 damage control and firefighting simulators so that our officers and Marines may be trained on damage control and firefighting on the crafts to ensure their safety. There'll be further renovation of the buildings on site, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to announce that the work on the southern shore is nearing completion, and when completed, we will finally have shore power for the vessels. Bahamas Power and Light will have to connect to the grid, and this will minimize the use of the vessel's generators, which causes many, many problems. We've had to spend more than $1 million to replace generators that have been made to run consistently. We'll be building at Coral Harbor Base a new galley and dining facility, an armory and exchange, a construction of facilities for their military police unit, a band room, and a gym. We'll be renovating the Southgate building. There's scheduled to be demolition of the unfinished hotel that one sees at the Gateway, which is unsafe and a bit of an eyesore from the sea. The construction of new facilities for recruits will be built, and all of this will be by PPPs, as it is a desire to move recruit training off an active military base. Madam Speaker, it distresses one if one looks at the estimates to see the failure to make provision for maintenance and repair of vessels. Anyone with a boat would know, as my father, who used to be the dockmaster at Hurricane Hole Marina, used to say, a boat is a hole in the water into which you pour money. Everyone knows that vessels require maintenance. It is astounding, and I challenge everyone to look at the estimates and see 000 provision for maintenance over the past budget periods. This government has brought in retired Commander Warren Bain, who was an officer who traveled for the construction of these vessels to work with this maintenance projects. And we're spending $3.9 million on a warehouse and mechanical shop to permit regular maintenance of these vessels. And for the very first time, when one looks in the estimate, one sees a $1.1 million provision for dry docking, something that you would think would routinely be done for large vessels. Madam Speaker, there is, under this section, this drawn program. I don't wish to say anything about budgetary allocation. They are made. I've made it quite clear to the public and persons in my ministry that we will have to see value for money and functionality before we expend any more public funds in that project. I am advised that something should be to me within the next month for us to make a reasoned decision. It is technology that we must have. Either this is suitable or it's not. But there's no point throwing good money after bad, and we have to make a determination of whether we've just thrown, I think, $17 or $18 million into the wind. I'm happy and pleased to announce, and I've advised the member for Angliston, that in this budget, there's an allocation to begin the acquisition to replace Her Majesty's Bahamian ship Arthur D. Hannah, which has been out of service since 2017. Arthur Dion Hannah is a hero of mine. And so I'm pleased to say that the intention is to acquire a vessel that will be of a larger class than the one that is being put out of service. And it is hoped that this replacement vessel, which will also be known as the HMBS Arthur Dion Hanna, will become the flagship of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. One only needs see the activities of our Marines and officers on the water and see the interdictions that will show that they are in fact giving us value for the money that we spend on them, Madam Speaker. Interdictions are up, training is up, and we thank the Commodore, Dr. Raymond King, his officers, his warrant officers, his Marine, and the civilians for their time, talent, and treasure in maintaining the sovereignty of this nation. And I again implore the Bahamian public to show them the respect and courtesy that their sacrifice deserves. That brings us to the Bahamas Department of Corrections, Madam Speaker. This is a very active agency. I heard some innuendo that we are going to spend some money in building a prison when we don't spend money on something else. I would direct everyone's attention to the fact that about 98 to 99% of every inmate incarcerated will be released at some point. The state of mind in which they exit the institution will determine how safe they are. The PLP strategy and the strategy across all of the administrations, the strategy set out in Vision 2040 that everyone agreed to, is that we firstly try to deviate persons from a life of crime. If they err, we detect them, we catch them, we imprison them, and then we rehabilitate them and prepare them for reintegration. Everyone, unfortunately, may have seen, or if you haven't, it certainly went viral. A video by the officer in charge of the anti-drug unit who was giving a talk to a school when he set out some facts. And he set out quite graphically how the conditions in the current prison causes and contributes to the recruitment of persons to gangs. I can say, Madam Speaker, that with regard to the Bahamas Department of Corrections, it was neglected and neglected in a substantial way. We are moving to fix that as well. Yesterday, Squad A of 2022 went into training. They were told that they, in fact, are the future. They will be followed by Squad B of 2022 to address the manpower problems at the Department of Corrections. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker, as I see it, big things are happening at BDOCS. We met a correctional institution that is not certified as a correctional institution because it cannot be certified as a correctional institution. We will fix that as well by the training that will be undertaken, by the improvement in circumstances. Commissioner Clare, Deputy Commissioner Murray, and their team have assured me that within 12 months, They're of the view that we can finally have in this country a certified correctional facility, having passed the law to change the name years ago. Bahamians may be surprised, but we are, for the first time, employing the services of the following professionals at the correctional institution. 2 full-time psychiatrists. We have a correctional institution that doesn't itself employ psychiatrists. We'll be employing a full-time psychologist, a juvenile counseling specialist to deal with the young persons in our facilities, an occupational therapist, an inmate industry specialist, a human resource specialist, a nutritionist, so that at least people think it's a funny thing about the food of prisoners. Failure to meet specified diets is a reason that Supreme Court release prisoners early if it continues. My job, Madam Speaker, as dictated by the Prime Minister, is to use the skills that I have gained over the last 30 years to ensure that our institutions work and work properly. And so we will have a nutritionist, we will have a welding specialist so that they may learn how to do a job. We'll have an inmate industries coordinator and an inmate industries manager. The whole purpose is to prepare these inmates, males and females, for rehabilitation, to give them sensible, productive work while in the institution. The existing units, Madam Speaker, will undergo restructuring, and this will be done to support the new correctional business model. There'll be an inmates classification unit. This will permit for screening and assessment of inmates to identify special needs, security, safety, and supervision requirements of inmates. There'll be a new programming unit, which is to address the deficiencies and vulnerabilities and target treatment approach to inmates. This unit will ensure that offenders see a psychiatrist, psychologist, and be placed in anger management if necessary. It is troubling, Madam Speaker, that if you go to prison for less than 9 months, you do not have a sentencing plan produced for you, which means there's no attempt to rehabilitate you. We will have to look, Madam Speaker, as to whether that is a safe proposition. A case management and pre-release unit will be relaunched in the upcoming fiscal year, and this will be used to teach inmates skills to prepare them for release. And the reports will be used for the use of the internal parole unit. In the news recently has been the murder of an inmate on a work release program. That is a part of the rehabilitative process. Madam Speaker, as far back as 2006, the Christie Davis administration formed the Parole and Reentry Committee. That committee reported. That committee suggested a system of parole. That system and that legislation will be revisited and sent out for consultation with a view to legislation in this year. Member for West End and Grand Bahama, we must find space for that. To just give you an idea, Madam Speaker, currently, when you are sentenced, with very few exceptions, you get 4 months out of every year off, just right off the top. It is proposed that that practice cease. It is proposed by parole that everyone will serve every day of their sentence, some of it in the correctional institution and some of it outside of the correctional institution on parole. The inmate will be accountable for their behavior for the full term of the sentence imposed by the court. If it finds favor with the cabinet, we can expect for this 4 free months to be a thing of the past. If you come out early and you reoffend, you can expect to do the balance of the sentence that you were first awarded. Madam Speaker, during the COVID pandemic, visitation was cut off. When the administration changed, we've instituted video visitation, which is really the norm. For the first time, persons could see their loved ones, and anxiety could be tempered. It is proposed that this system continue, that it will be free at government centers, and there will be a charge for lawyers who wish to see their clients in that manner, and for people who wish to visit their loved ones from the comfort of their homes without having to get up and drive anywhere. It is proposed that that will be done, and that will be done, Madam Speaker, in this budget year. Madam Speaker, currently, we spend $2.9 million on raw food for inmates. It is the subject of much litigation over its quality. It is expected within this budget year for us to explore through public-private partnership a food delivery system that operates in the US and Canada, which is colloquially called cook and chill. The food is cooked off-site, cook and chill. It's cooked off-site, flash frozen, delivered to the institution for reheating. The excitement in that, Madam Speaker, is, as I've advised the Commissioner, this is actually a system that we can use to bring provisions to storm-hit areas if we were to have a natural disaster and having pre-prepared, pre-packaged food. And so, Madam Speaker, we look forward to excitement with that development. Madam Speaker, Bede? Yes.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marcus City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, member for Freetown. In the last administration, one of the things that was decided upon is that government agencies, and I could find the cabinet conclusion for you, that government agencies would be mandated to spend 75 cents of every dollar purchasing food from Bahamian producers. Ministry of Health, the Department of Corrections have large budgets for the purchase of food. Is that a program that you're still pursuing, and would the program you just identified be constrained by that particular policy?
The program would be consistent with locally sourcing of food. I've made it quite clear that where we have surpluses, or they say you can't manage surpluses, the beauty of cook and chill is you can use what is local, what is available. The member can know that my next point was BAMSI, and the BDOCS partners with BAMSI in a poultry farm that has 210 birds and produces 50 cartons of organic eggs weekly. BDOCS has just shipped its 45 hogs to Andros. These are said to be some particular English variety that grow to be very large, 400 or so pounds. And it is intended that BAMSI uses its expertise to properly manage that resource and produce then food back for the prison. When I sleep at night and dream, I often dream about a low security prison in Andros or in Grand Bahama for persons about to be released. And then I wake up and get back to the actual business, which isn't quite there yet, but one can see where we're going. But BAMSI is utilized as a resource. The prison has cleared 4 acres of farm land for the first time in 15 years. And it hopes to now start to grow its own vegetables, spices, and fruit for internal consumption to again save funds. Marco City can be assured that we do believe in sexy agriculture, as the sexy minister says, and we certainly, with the resources available, will direct that as a policy. It just makes sense. The Honorable Prime Minister has announced that it is intended that a new high-medium facility will be built using a PPP model. And to be quite blunt, some figures would show that maximum security was built to house 214 inmates in 1952, which was a good year. It was 16 years before I was born. It was built to house 214 inmates, and it now houses 500 inmates. It has caused us to be negatively rated by the State Department of the United States for every single year that I've been back from law school. We intend to change that. There are some circumstances that make it unsuitable. We intend to have a purpose-built, high-medium facility, state-of-the-art, where persons who are very high risk would have no reason to come out of their cells at all, that will be made from plate steel, so there's no ability to dig to hide any contraband, and will permit control of inmates and segregation. The current design contains a mental health facility so that we can segregate inmates who are mentally ill, a medical facility that will enable minor surgeries and procedures. The PHA and the Ministry of Health doesn't particularly like the invasion of prisoners down to their facilities with the accompanying security that it brings. The Ministry of Health and PHA will be consulted to see the extent of a facility they wish to be a part of it. We will see for the first time a facility that will permit inmates to be properly segregated. And I have to say that the new chaplain of the prison, of the correctional institution, has insisted that we have a chapel for religious instruction. And he will have a chapel because we are a Christian nation, as we opened in prayer this afternoon. Occasioned by the construction of this new prison will be a state-of-the-art remand virtual court. This is really something for Centerville, who comes after me, and the court. But because the existing small virtual court will be demolished, a new structure will be constructed, which will provide for 2 physical courtrooms, 10 courts for the Supreme Court, and 10 courts for the Magistrates Court. We will have the ability for judges to have 2 courts for the Court of Appeal, who now conducts most of their business virtually as well. This will prevent, Madam Speaker, the need to transport large numbers of inmates through rush hour traffic to court. It will permit simple hearings with inmates whose matter is set for Grand Bahama or some family island to be conducted without the hiccups that occur now in transporting these individuals to family islands, and sometime with the cost savings that will be involved with that process. Further, Madam Speaker, training will be emphasized so that the staff can qualify as correctional officers. We've secured 2 new 19-seater transport buses. The Commissioner describes these as cells on wheels, which would cause there not to be the speeding through traffic daily. I have asked him and the Commissioner of Police to consider moving inmates outside of rush hour traffic times After all, an inmate has no social life. He has nowhere to be other than when he is instructed to get up and get ready to go to court. That could be at 6 o'clock. That could be at 7 o'clock instead of being at rush hour times. I hope and pray that that can become a reality so that we can obviate the problems that are caused by that. We do not, this Davis-Cooper administration doesn't regard prison reform as a luxury. It is a national imperative. It is something that we must make real. We are seeking to reduce recidivist rates from 18% to 8% in short order. It's a task that I'm quite sure that Acting Commissioner Clare, Deputy Commissioner Murray, the officers, and the newly sworn-in recruits can, with application, accomplish. In the short time left, the Rehabilitation of Offenders Committee continues its work. It has to date expunged 44 records and referred 8 to the prerogative of mercy. It will be reviewing another 23 applications shortly. The Attorney General is currently considering legislation for expungement of COVID infraction by classes so that persons would not have to individually apply. And we hope that that legislation or order is brought to Parliament in this current session so that those criminal offenses can be removed from persons' records. We move now to the Inspector General of Security Forces. This is a work in progress. It is hoped that we will bring legislation to Parliament to formalize this office as one that will have oversight of all law enforcement agencies, police, defense force, prisons, and customs. It will have oversight of their It will, Madam Speaker, conduct inspections, investigation, audits, and evaluation of all of those, and will ensure that these agencies are compliant with policies, laws, and regulations for maximum performance in safeguarding the safety and security of Bahamians. It has a very practical function as well. A committee that the member for Centerville sat on saw it as a way that we could reduce the outflows of money from the Treasury to private citizens who are injured and have successful cases against the government. This office would have oversight, as I said, of all of the Honlia agencies and will be responsible for ensuring that the agencies are compliant, that there's organizational efficiencies, that high ethical standards are maintained and improved, and there's cooperation across security forces. The Parliamentary Registration Department, Madam Speaker, the department that sees about and is involved in democracy. This department has also had an increase in its budget if one subtracts the cost of a general election, which has just happened. The increase is necessary, Madam Speaker, because our register is now permanent. And so as the member for Bain and Grantstown indicated, DTAD is working with the Parliamentary Registration Department to come up with a to digitize them and to come up with a voter's registration card that would be an identifier. DTAD, as I've said, is fully engaged and is developing a scope of work for a digital solution for voter registration, inclusive of a better methodology to improve efficient management and removal of deceased voters off the register. Once it's completed, it will be determined whether the development of the proposed solution will be done in-house or sent out for RFP. The first phase of the as-is process for scanning, the digitizing the voter registration system is moving forward. The Honorable Wade Watson, Parliamentary Secretary, as he did in Parliament, is assured that the digitization of the voter registration system is a high priority for this administration. Mr. Patrick Davis, the National Coordinator for Information Technology, is spearheading the technical aspect of this. And it should now be noted that the Parliamentary Registration Department has direct access to the Registrar General's death portal. This administration is serious about advancing the interests of democracy in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the time left, I'd really like to spend some time on TIPS. These are now agencies in the ministry. Citizen Security and Justice is a program that continues its output. It has been extended for a further 6 months and will now close February 2023. Component one is about community centers. The Bain and Grandstown Community Center at Kwaku Street is set to be renamed after Bradley Roberts, the owner of the building. And we shall have comments about that shortly. Operation manuals have been created and they will be used in all of the community centers. The new paradigm for construction of community centers, Madam Speaker, is through PPP, and the aggressive member for Nassau Village has already sent me a proposal for one for Nassau Village, which we will be taking to Parliament shortly, and one will follow for Freetown. And we invite anyone who is interested to make contact, and we can assist with the template for how it should look, the programs that it should run. This is an important part of diverting persons from the wrong behavior, and this government is committed to it. We continue to be rated at the top in trafficking in persons, Madam Speaker, and we have this year allotted to that program monies to provide $60,000 for witness care. This ministry, my ministry and Ministry of Social Services has spent $60,000 on victim care so far, and we have allocated $81,000 into the future, an increase in the provision for that. This government is serious about protecting persons who are trafficked, and we are working on compiling the CEDAW report together with the Ministry of the Social Services. I'll conclude with the National Neighborhood Watch Program, which is really, sorry? Really? Oh, we started late. Oh, Madam Speaker. I didn't realize we started half an hour late, and so, What was your original intention? I will deal with National Neighborhood Watch Program then at length and not truncated, and I'll go back to trafficking in person, which is a very important program for us to maintain. And I may yield early so we stay on schedule, but it's important that the country know what is happening in this ministry. The National Neighborhood Watch Program is an initiative created to allow all Bahamians the opportunity to partner with the government, the police force, and private entities to actively participate in fostering a safer Bahamas. Today, there are approximately 168 groups located on New Providence, Grand Bahama, Abaco, Exuma, and Eleuthera. The ultimate goal is to close the gap between the police and the community. The program has continued to find adaptive ways to expand and offer services even in the midst of the pandemic. Despite the challenges faced, many communities throughout the Bahamas remained engaged via virtual platforms. Beyond hosting monthly meetings, the Council hosted several sessions with experts to help address the concerns being faced by members of the community during this unprecedented times. Inclusive of the topic sessions were anger management, which was hosted by Eric Fox from Tain Challenge, Bahamas, domestic violence hosted in partnership with the police force, conflict resolution, of which we need a lot more, hosted in partnership with the police force. There were prayer sessions in partnership with the Bahamas Christian Council. In addition to the council hosting activities to strengthen neighborhoods, various watch groups, mainly the Blue Hills Neighborhood Watch Group in partnership with the National Emergency Management Association, hosted a disaster preparedness training for community leaders. Some of the topics covered were disaster preparedness, disaster medical operation, fire safety and utility control, disaster psychology, and light search and rescue. The President and the Family Islands, along with their liaison officers, held a number of activities to keep their communities involved as well. They did events like Easter egg hunts, natural trail hikes, and movie nights for the youth. Of importance to note was the Spanish Wells Neighborhood Watch Group distributed care packages to the elderly and made a monetary donation to the Cancer Society of Eleuthera. Now you may ask, what does this have to do with addressing crime? I started by saying that the second commandment is to love your neighbor, and that is exactly what this is doing. And the more love that we have, the less hate that we can have, the more peace that we will have. Madam Speaker, the Royal Bahamas Police Force plays a pivotal role in the sustainability of the program. Liaison officers assigned to the policing divisions and in partnership with the residents of community developed several programs to analyze crime trends, conduct foot and mobile patrols, particularly in hotspots, engage in community social events, and worked in partnership with civic and non-governmental organizations to promote safety. During Police Month, the officers launched the Ask a Cop Over Coffee series. This initiative was designed for officers to hear the community concern and forge a better relationship between the police and citizens. This is expected to continue in the future. During the month of April, the Council celebrated the 4th anniversary with a proclamation from the Prime Minister declaring the 30th of April as Neighborhood Day.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for yielding. As you're speaking on crime, Neighborhood Crime Watch, I just want to draw your attention to what is going on in South Bahamia, which is a part of my constituency. There has been reports of about at least 4 or 5 rapes, single mothers in that area. And during the Labor Day March on Friday in Grand Bahama, one of the ladies who was raped, she introduced herself to me. She was strong enough to come in and march. She showed me the marks on the neck that the perpetrator did. And she was fortunate enough to escape with her life. So I would ask you to see if the police force in Grand Bahama and the Neighborhood Watch could really intensify their efforts, have more of a presence. I was made to understand that they are now more visible, but we need to see how best we can protect these single mothers and anyone in our communities by adding more manpower and more resources to our Neighborhood Watch. It goes a long way, and I want to applaud the young lady for coming out on Labor Day and showing her strength and her resilience. So I want to tell her that we are here, and all those others who are affected by crime in those neighborhoods, that we are here, we got their back, and I want to urge you to continue to support their efforts.
Thank you. I can assure the member for Central Grand Bahama that we continue to address the manpower issue. In my absence from the country on business, the member for Centerville went over to Grand Bahama to preside over, I think it was an historic passing out of police officers for the fire service to replenish the fire service, a squad specifically drawn from the northern region. The purpose being that if we recruit from the area, we can save resources and rent for the officers. And so the constabulary in Grand Bahama should have a bump from the officers who passed out. And just of interest in that same passing out was a squad that we trained for our neighbors, the Turks and Caicos. But certainly the issue that the member speaks about the need for us to look after each other. We have the parable of the Good Samaritan. And I always tell people I prefer to call it the parable of the bad priest and the bad Levite, because they saw the injured man and did nothing about it. So while we may focus on the Good Samaritan who did something about it, we should not lose sight of the fact that there was a good priest who did nothing and was bad, a good Levite who did nothing and was bad. And we must assure that we don't find ourselves in the category of the bad priest and the bad Levite, but rather the Good Samaritan. And from where I sit, that is what the whole Neighborhood Watch program is about. It's about showing love to your neighbor. If you love your neighbor, you would concern yourself about what is happening to them and around them. I continue to say that I do not understand the motivation in I do not understand any possible justification for rape. I took the position I did on public notification because that is the offense that we say that you can have notification to protect people. Sexual offenses, because it's a curious type of offense that you may not be rehabilitated from because it's not a natural crime. Stealing to answer hunger, one may have some understanding for. One can have no understanding for rape in the context of our current social environment. It is to be deplored. And I will, in fact, have a conversation with the police and see what steps can be taken. We should be getting, I think you missed where I would have indicated we are investing in more vehicles, so the patrol level should be able to increase together with the manpower issues that we are addressing. I should say, troublingly, I'm told that there's a high percentage of police who report sick. And we have to determine whether that is stress, and if it is stress, we need to correct it because we need all hands on deck. But thank you, member, for that. I will look into that. During the month of April, as I said, the 30th of April was declared Neighborhood Day. The list of monthly activities to commemorate it included a church service at Living Waters Kingdom Ministry, a launch of the Neighborhood Community app in partnership with Think Simple that took place at the ministry, a community walkabout in 2 hotspot areas, and basketball and pizza day in Sunlight Village Park. The Bahamas National Neighborhood Watch Council seek to provide its members with opportunity to share best practices and learn from other neighborhood watch groups. As a result, the council joined the Neighborhoods US program in 2019. Neighborhoods US is a national nonprofit organization committed to building and strengthening neighborhood organizations. The organization continues to encourage networking and information sharing to facilitate the development of partnership amongst neighborhood organizations, governments, and the private sector for the ultimate goal of strengthening every neighborhood. Last month, we sent a very, if I might say, successful delegation from the Bahamas traveled to Little Rock, Arkansas to attend the 2022 conference under the theme, Neighborhoods, the Fabric of Our Communities. The conference was designed to offer opportunities to share knowledge, gain experience, foster continued community support, and build capacity throughout the Bahamas. Of special mention, the Jubilee Gardens Neighborhood Watch under the leadership of President Debbie Lightbun and Youth Officer Aaron Stubbs was a finalist in the Neighborhood of the Year, and this is in Neighborhoods USA, if you could imagine the reach of that organization. Social revitalization, neighborhoodliness in a single neighborhood, and presented under the theme Christmas Amongst the Pandemic. Despite being a young council, and we only finally worked out the constitution and bylaws over a late night session in the ministry. I didn't realize I was signing up to be there till 9 o'clock to get it done, but we got it done. The Bahamas is indeed making an impact. During the conference, 2 delegates in the persons of Chairman Keno Wong, who is in the gallery here, and President Debbie Lightbun were not only presenters during 2 sessions, but they were appointed to the board of NUSA. And congratulations, Mr. Wong and Mrs. Lightbun. Very well done. These appointments signify the respect and importance of the work of the Neighborhood Watch Council and groups in the Bahamas. In the upcoming fiscal year, the Neighborhood Watch program has been allocated $100,000 to continue its community outreach initiatives. Projected activities for the new fiscal year includes re-energizing dormant watch groups, complete the processes associated with the community app, assist Family Islands with spay and neuter programs through partnership with BARC, assist neighborhood watch groups with accessing grants funding through the ministry, expand and continue partnership with the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Bahamas Christian Council, Think Simple, Alive, Zonta, Crime Watch Bahamas, and other civic organizations, host back-to-school giveaways, and host youth summer jamborees, movies, and family night. The Neighborhood Watch program, in partnership with the police force, will continue to play a pivotal role in advancing safety throughout the Bahamas. The impact it is having since its establishment has extended beyond our borders and speak to the success and necessity of the program. It is expected that the community, in partnership with police liaison officers, will continue to hold hands with residents to implement and strengthen neighborhoods, one community at a time. I would therefore wish to thank the former Deputy Commissioner of Police, Ismaila Davis Delante, the chairman, Mr. Keno Wong, the council, the police force, and the community members for their commitment to advancing the safety in the Bahamas, one household at a time. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to thank all of the agencies and persons under my remit for their dedication to the advancement of safety and security in our nation. Their tireless efforts have not gone unnoticed by the Bahamian people or indeed the government. We extend our thanks. And since, Madam Speaker, with efficiency, I have more time, I'm not going to use all of it. But I would wish that Bahamians consider doing the following. I have referenced a number of times Vision 2040, which is the agreed upon National Development Plan. My good friend, the then Minister of State, Kalish Rule, toiled very hard over that in coordinating it and driving it. Everyone participated in it, as I've said. I would encourage all Bahamians to have a look at it, to have a read of it. This administration is committed to executing it. It was, in fact, arrived at in unison. I would wish to say with regard one aspect of it. Every time we hear something bad happens in this country, this good Christian country, everyone asks, where is the church? Everyone complains and abuses the church over various things. I'd just like to remind us all who are Christians that the Bible teaches us that we are the church. And so when we ask, where is the church in all of this? We are really asking a question to ourselves. If we take our faith seriously, before we ask, where is the church? We should ask ourselves, what is this member of the church doing about this particular thing? It will only change when all of us take our obligations in this country that is founded on Christian values by those of us who profess Christianity, that we act it. I like to tell the young altar servers when I meet with them that you really need to try to get to heaven. And to try to get to heaven, you got to try to live right. And so that is. Sorry? Mass as usual, St. Margaret's Church. Mass at St. Margaret's Church when I'm in town, as usual. But it is a matter that we often don't pay sufficient attention to. We are the answer. There's nobody else. And so the police will catch you. We will imprison you in B-docks. You will serve your sentence. But we'd much rather prefer that those of us who claim that we are Christians live it and be a part of the solution. And even the heathens have a role to play. Just because you're heathen don't mean you're bad. There's a place for heathens. If you do not believe in God, that is your right in this country. You can believe in sense, sensibility, and civility. So if you only do it because of civility, I would implore all of us, have a look at Vision 2040. In Vision 2040, it sets out very clearly that we are the answer. We are who this country is depending on. Madam Speaker, Freetown supports this budget. And from that very high sanctified moment, according to the side opposite, I hope what I'm about to say isn't taken as being petty, but I would hope that the Bahamian people listen to any criticism of this budget. Not that criticism may not be warranted, but after having heard it, I would hope that 12 months from now, when this is seen to have been a very good budget, a caring budget, a compassionate budget, that when I used to go to my son's baseball games, there was a chant that people used to say when a team was coming back. And the chant went, "Say you're sorry and mean it." So I would just say that when at the end of this budget year, this is seen to have been an excellent budget, those who unduly criticize it can say they're sorry and mean it. Freetown supports this budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Centerville.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get into the crux of my presentation, I would also wish to extend well wishes to the member of Fort Charlotte, to him and his family, and also to the other survivors of the plane crash over the weekend. And on behalf of my family and the constituency of Centerville, we also wish to express our condolences to the deceased. Madam Speaker, for those who do not know, I am Jomo Shaka Campbell. Shaka, yes. Indeed. I stand in this place as the grateful representative for the people of Centerville. I am a Bahamian son, husband, and father who is being given an awesome opportunity. I'm not an emperor, Madam Speaker, nor am I a king, but I'm fully cognizant, as I assume all members are, that any power we have is on loan to us from the Bahamian people. Repayment of that loan in hopes of retention is to assist in any and every way possible the vast majority of Bahamians by enhancing their standard of living and advancing the development of this country, primarily for their benefit. Madam Speaker, my good friend, Fat Rasta from Lily of the Valley Corner, Duke Ingram always reminds me, the people put you there, and the people can put you out of there. While I'm still fairly new to frontline politics, and I've just embarked on my journey of learning the intricacies of the procedure of governance, I do understand that our time in this place is indeed limited. What makes it worthwhile is knowing that when one leaves this place, you would have given your best, and people's lives would have been positively impacted. I also understand that I am now a public figure, open to public scrutiny. However, this scrutiny, Madam Speaker, should ideally be fair and constructive towards all members. There are men and women who once occupied these hallowed halls, such as Sir Lyndon Penley, Milo Butler, the late Arthur Hanna, that understood these concepts. Because of that understanding and their enviable body of work, from which we continue to reap, they have gained political immortality. The proof of the fleeting nature of political power in a democracy, Madam Speaker, one need look no further than my good friend, the member for Kalani. I thought he was here, who this time 1 year ago was our nation's most honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, St. Anne's. Thank you, St. Anne's.
The member for Kalani, however, now sits in this place under the leadership of my good third cousin, of those he once led. This is due to the fact, Madam Speaker, that the lenders of power found his leadership and that of the majority of his caucus wanting and repossessed said power. But the member for Kalani is not alone. There are numerous persons, PLP, FNM, independents, who have also had the privilege of serving, but were cast out via the ballot box. The power repossessed from the last FNM administration has now been reposed in the Progressive Liberal Party, led by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Honorable Prime Minister, Philip Brave Davis, and this team. It is now incumbent upon us to prove that we are worthy to retain this power. The follies of previous administrations must serve as examples of what not to do and as avenues to avoid. Our country, Madam Speaker, needs many more years of good governance and growth. We need the same ingenuity and united determination, once again, which took New Providence and other islands from small enclaves to bustling metropolises. By the fact that I stand on this side of the aisle politically, I believe that the Progressive Liberal Party is the organization that did it before and is the organization that can do it again. We cannot let our fellow citizens down. In approximately 3 months, 1 full year would have passed since I was elected at the polls as the Member of Parliament for Centerville. I want once again to extend my gratitude to the people of Centerville and to the members of my campaign team and those who continue to assist me even to this day with carrying out my duties in the constituency. We have accomplished a lot in 9 months in Centerville, Madam Speaker. And most recently, I'm proud to announce the launch of the Mobile Legal Aid Program in conjunction with the UJ and the Puch Law School. This, Madam Speaker, was a campaign promise come to fruition in the most fulfilling way. And as I said in the press conference, if Centerville cannot come to the mountain, we will make the mountains come to Centerville. In the next year, Madam Speaker, with the help of the Almighty God, we intend to roll out many more initiatives in our constituency. Madam Speaker, at this time, I would like to make mention of the passing and express my condolences to those that have moved on in our constituency. Most notably, several weeks ago, one Miss Eddie Wells from Thompson Lane, and extend my condolences to Miss Rose and the family. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we suffered the loss of one Mr. Leonard Knowles, a World War II veteran, who passed on just 10 days short of his 96th birthday. I spoke with his wife and we assured her that her and her family were definitely and indeed in our prayers. And I wish to extend condolences to all of those that passed on from our constituency. With that being said, Madam Speaker, on another note, I wish to extend congratulations and birthday wishes to so many of our constituents that celebrated recently, namely Miss Sue Humes, Miss P. Rule, otherwise and affectionately known as Mother for Mason Addition, and Mr. Porky from Thompson Lane. And although it is being said before, Madam Speaker, we would also wish to extend a happy birthday greeting to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, who some may not know, Madam Speaker, is originally a Centerville man, hailing from Roll Avenue. Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for his visionary leadership and for his budget communication to this place, which charts the way forward for our country as we continue to grapple with the damage caused by Hurricane Dorian, the economic fallout of the COVID-19 global pandemic, and the questionable fiscal stewardship of the previous administration. I would also like to make mention of the Minister of Economic Affairs, Michael Alcides, who sits in that other place as an honorable senator, for the contribution he gave to the compilation of this year's budget. Senator Alcides has a proven track record of good effort in the area of handling the people's finances. He oversaw the reduction of the budget deficit from over $500 million to a projected $99 million before Hurricane Matthew struck our country. Madam Speaker, I would also wish to commend the Financial Secretary, Mr. Simon Wilson, and all of the staff of the Ministry of Finance for their hard work, especially the team in the Budget Department. Truth be told, Madam Speaker, the FNM has a propensity for making bad situations worse. While they would have the Bahamians believe that domestic natural disasters and international occurrences, such as the financial crisis of 2008 and COVID-19, are the sole reasons for their bad fiscal stewardship, it is understood that their decisions compounded the adverse effects felt by the Bahamian people under their watch. By the start of 2019, after a 60% VAT rise, billions in borrowing, giving concessions to the wealthy, etc., the sentiment of the people toward the former administration could aptly be described by the first line in the 1997 hit song Tyrone, sung by Erykah Badu. I leave everyone to Google to find that first line. It is in my opinion that by the time elections were prematurely called by the member for Kalani, Bahamians were eager to fire the FNM. Pardon the pun. This administration in less than 1 year has already achieved the sale of the Grand Lucayan Hotel. We have broken ground on the new cruise port in Grand Bahama. We have negotiated for casual workers at the Freeport Container Port to be made permanent. To date, the casual staff has been reduced from 43 to 25%. We have provided free COVID testing. Madam Speaker, did that come across correctly? I said, we provided free COVID testing and face masks. We have also been able to provide keys to brand new homes to Bahamians. And there is now a partnership between the Bahamas Maritime Authority and the LJM Maritime Authority to offer Bahamians training that they may access the lucrative jobs and careers available in the maritime industry. Madam Speaker, I just want my colleagues to bear with me. I'm going on another counting spree again here now. Schools are open. Places of business are back to regular.
Member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My apologies, Madam Speaker, for interrupting my third cousin. But Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the member is repeating what has been said before in the House that we took issue with before. We have said on the sale of the sale as it has been stated of the Grand Lucayan that no payment has been made. The due diligence has not been completed, and there is a significant amount of confusion among persons in Grand Bahama on whether or not the property has been sold. The property has not yet been sold. There is an intent to sell, but that has not been completed. So again, that's unfortunately, it's misleading not just the House, but the public in terms of what has actually been executed. That's the only point. Now, we're hopeful. We'd love for it to happen. We're pulling for the government and the Bahamian people, but that has not yet been executed.
Thank you, honorable member. Senator, you may continue.
Yeah, I want to continue my count. I think I was up to number 5. Yeah. Schools are open. Yes. Places of business are back to regular hours. Yes. And family island festivals are making a comeback. And this, Madam Speaker, is just the beginning. My third cousin was at Crab. He was at Island Fest. Well, he's a traveling man. Colleagues. On my own dime, though. Colleagues, our performance in this term of office must ensure that when the FNM next tries to solicit votes from the Bahamian people, they will recite to them the words of the song danced to by a former leader of the FNM at their 2016 convention.
Hit the road.
Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more. No more, no more. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people have endured much in recent years. Hurricane Dorian in September of 2019 and 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, both of which claimed lives and livelihood. However, today is a new day. While we still must contend with the various global challenges and happenings that affect us domestically, this budget should serve as a beacon of hope to everyone who is ready to move forward. This budget compassionately acknowledges and addresses many issues plaguing our people while exercising needed fiscal prudence. In this budget year, Madam Speaker, Bahamians can look forward to the following, amongst others. Funding for NGOs being increased by 10% across the board. Taxes and license fees collected from the family islands being reinvested into the islands through the creation of a Family Island Development Trust Fund for the first time ever. $10 million has been allocated for catastrophic health care, which builds upon the PLP's National Health Insurance Initiative. A raise in the minimum wage for civil servants. Added tax concessions for first-time home buyers. Building on what previous PLP administrations offered. Reduction of duties on plumbing, electrical, and building supplies. The reintroduction of the RISE program. Salary increase for teachers, along with retention bonuses. The creation of a fund geared toward the improvement of aviation infrastructure, which includes airports across the country. I heard a commentator state that this budget is one of the most critical in our nation's history. As we face turmoil of war, crippling inflation, soaring gas and energy prices, food shortages, it is indeed critical that this administration is progressive in its thinking and seeks to bolster our economy and our citizens as much as we can. Madam Speaker, I now turn to my portfolio, that in the Office of the Attorney General and the Minister of State for Legal Affairs. As a democratic society, justice is one of the major pillars of our existence. Justice, Madam Speaker, is one of the three branches of our government system. And the administration of justice is one, if not the most important chore of any government of this country, as every citizen must be assured of an impartial, efficient, and swift justice system. In his closing submission at his trial, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey stated that justice must go hand in hand with the law. I have been charged as the Minister of State for Legal Affairs to assist in ensuring the orderly administration of justice, and it is a position I take very seriously. This portion of my contribution gives a synopsis of the accomplishments of the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs for the past year, and offers a glimpse of what is planned for the year ahead. The Court of Appeal, the Supreme and Magistrates Courts, and the Industrial Tribunal have all had substantial changes made in their processes. The Court of Appeal now hears cases virtually through the IDB and the Citizens and Society Justice Program. The Office of the Judiciary has a complete modernization project ongoing. And the Industrial Tribunal can now boast that it is a paperless court. Not to be left behind, the OAG and the Ministry of Legal Affairs has determined that its way forward is to refresh itself with the introduction of an integrated case management system, or ICMS. A properly functioning ICMS is key to improving justice services in the Bahamas. While an ICMS is being implemented to support the courts, the OAG and its departments, the Civil Litigation Unit, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Office of the Public Defender's Unit are not yet beneficiaries. Given that these entities work hand in hand in the delivery of justice services, it is crucial that the OAG and its departments are included in this modernization effort. Therefore, in this fiscal year, the requisite funding has been allocated to realize this goal, which will aid in much needed reform of the OAG and its departments. Also in this budget period, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs will be introducing anti-corruption legislation that will, amongst other things, provide regulations for a whistleblower protection regime. Yeah. We will also introduce an updated version of the Ombudsman Bill that has lain dormant in the House of Assembly since 2017. This government, Madam Speaker, is serious about anti-corruption and will therefore seek to repeal and amend existing outdated pieces of legislation as needed. Assisting the government in this regard is the International Development Law Organization, otherwise known as the IDLO. And for that, we are truly grateful for the technical expertise being provided. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Judiciary is continuing its court modernization and reform initiative. The following goals were achieved this year. 1, the creation of the ICMS, funded by the Citizen Security and Justice Program, IDB loan. Over 4 million pages have been scanned to date. A system to allow for electronic filing of documents, electronic scheduling of matters, increased accuracy of and access to information, established in-house digitization units, a digital recording system. The digital recording system was installed in the Supreme Court's criminal courtrooms and the Magistrates Court in 2017. The systems were functional in the courtrooms on a trial basis. Hardware was procured by INL, U.S. Embassy, their NASA office. However, the full use of the system was handicapped by the lack of technical and maintenance support. Consequently, the Office of the Judiciary engaged the company For the Record, otherwise known as FERT Limited, to provide maintenance of the system and speech-to-text software, which will be relaunched the second week in June 2020, just next week. This system will improve the time for the delivery of transcripts and allow for more efficient deployment of court reporters. Personnel from the court reporting unit will be attending a training conference in June to receive orientation and training on transcripts. Thirdly, we have the Bahamas Judicial Education Institute Center, also funded by the IDB loan, offering completion of a customized training facility for judicial officers and staff in Charlotte House. It is presently being used to conduct training sessions on the new civil procedure rules for judicial officers and members of the Bahamas Bar. We can also boast of hardware acquisition in Grand Bahama, upgraded technology in the Garnet Lavarity Justice Center to improve the delivery of services by replacing hardware for staff in the courts and registries, reinstalling and recommissioned digital recording systems in the courtrooms. We've also addressed the bail management system. The bail management system was introduced in July 2021. Training has been completed for judicial officers, support staff, and members of the public and private bar. Applications of persons on remand are being uploaded into the system from the Bahamas Department of Corrections. And as the member for Freetown spoke to in his presentation, we are also seeking to enhance the facility from the prison. He actually saved me 15 minutes of talk time in my presentation when he touched on it. But it is anticipated that all bail applications will be exclusively processed through the portals by the end of June this year. The bail management system has been useful in preventing the duplication of sureties, providing information on individuals to be released on bail is also being entered into the system at the Department of Corrections. It is also envisioned that the system will be ready for the Magistrates Court in this budget year. The system is ready, however. The bail intake space is being prepared to accommodate the requisite hardware and personnel. The installation in the Magistrates Court costs some $200,000, which has already been paid. The maintenance fees for the Supreme Court average approximately $15,000 per month and will be the same for the Magistrates Court. Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court and Magistrates Court vision for 2022-23 includes remote court access, which encompasses us using technology to allow for remote access to court hearings and services, subject to the requisite legal framework. This would allow improved access to court services without the need and expense the court users having to travel to court, reduce the cost of circuit travel, and decrease the cost of transporting persons on remand from prison to court and vice versa, and also from prison to the family islands. Plans, Madam Speaker, are also under consideration for the establishment of 2 specialty courts. Firstly, family court. Relocation of the courts, which hears family matters to provide access to ancillary services, mediation, and social services, and to deliver a less adversarial and more user-friendly environment for juveniles and their family. Secondly, the Sexual Offences Court, which is a court dedicated solely to hearing sexual offenses to improve the disposition of cycles of such matters and to supply space for witnesses in these sensitive matters. Madam Speaker, we have all heard horror stories of victims of sexual offenses and sexual violence here in our country. Especially heinous are those acts of violence against our children. We have also heard the stories of domestic violence and abuse. And I've seen, especially via social media, our juveniles acting out in schools and other places. We must be a society that protects its most vulnerable at all costs. While the establishment of these specialty courts are under consideration, I fully support the establishment of these courts. And we, in my ministry, look forward to doing whatever we can to ensure that they are brought to fruition. While I understand that the judicial system is not a part of the prevention of crime, but punishment for it, swift and appropriate justice, in our view, is a part of a holistic approach towards addressing these issues. Our people are in need, Madam Speaker, and we must meet these needs. Madam Speaker, at this point, I would wish to publicly thank Sir Brian Moree as he nears his retirement for his efforts in the court modernization and reform initiative. The Bahamas government is most grateful for the passion that he brought. We wish him many more years of good health and productivity in his life and career, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Court of Appeal has always distinguished itself as being a premier court with modern-day facilities and technology. This court continues to adopt its protocols, procedures, and methodologies to deliver justice efficiently and expeditiously, especially in this evolving COVID-19 era. For example, the Court of Appeal has continued to improve its use of technology, which facilitates the remote hearing of cases, and for judges, their access to electronic files. Court users continue to enjoy the convenience of litigating matters from anywhere with an internet connection. Most recently, the Court of Appeal facilitated a meeting with an inmate from the Department of Corrections Remand Center and his UK barrister, who later appeared on the inmate's behalf before the Privy Council. Since the pandemic, the work of the court has been largely unencumbered and notably more efficient. To this end, the Court of Appeal has sat continuously from the 2nd of May 2020, save for the customary yearly breaks. And the court has, for the most part, maintained its momentum of hearing cases within the year of the case being filed. In 2021, the Court of Appeal also launched the DigiPay platform, which enables counsels and other court users to conveniently pay court fees by cash, debit, or credit card. The transaction is processed by a cashier and then entered directly into the DigiPay platform. Thereafter, customers receive payment verification via an SMS text message. This process has been working smoothly and has enhanced efficiency and modernization efforts. The court has been continuously engaged in the judiciary's digitization initiative. Approximately 90% of its electronic files has been exported to what is known as the J-Works platform. The J-Works project will shortly be implemented and will seamlessly integrate the 3 levels of the Bahamian judiciary. In a collaborative effort with the court's internal IT specialists, Supreme Court IT specialists, the Department of Information Technology, otherwise known as DTAG, and the Office of the Attorney General, the court has also conducted a comprehensive assessment of its IT infrastructure, which resulted in upgrades to computers and routers for greater internet connectivity and functionality. Madam Speaker, the Assistant Registrar's post was created and gazetted on the 8th of March, 2021. The Court of Appeal Act was accordingly amended, and a further amendment to the Schedule of Judicial and Legal Services Act has been proposed. The current holders of the positions of Registrar and Deputy Registrar of the Court of Appeal will shortly assume posts at the Industrial Tribunal. I wish them both well. Both vacated positions are being advertised by the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, the JLSC, and the new registrar and deputy registrar will soon be identified. These administrative changes are in keeping with the judiciary's growth and afford aspirants opportunities to advance their legal careers. Practice Direction Number 1 of 2021 was introduced last year, and it seeks to modify the court's protocols and procedures with special emphasis on remote hearings and electronic submissions. It is also anticipated that with the introduction of the J-Works initiative, electronic filings will shortly become reality, and a paperless court is sure to follow. The court is also expected to introduce additional practice directions and technologies to enhance the appellate court user experience. Training is also high on the court's agenda, and investments will be made in seminars, conferences, and upgrades to research tools such as LexisNexis. As it relates to the Industrial Tribunal, Madam Speaker, I tend to use the phrase an investment in success. This government's investment in a more digitally enabled, modernized court system has lowered recurrent costs, increased productivity, shortened case life cycles, and enhanced the quality of services offered by the Industrial Tribunal. The core administrative and operational support tools and services provided by the Caribbean Agency for Justice Solutions to the Industrial Tribunal include, but are not limited to, 1, the Courier Suite, which is software and licenses for electronic filing and case management performance systems. 2, Capture a Courtroom Management, which relates to software licenses for digital transcription for court proceedings, courtroom meeting rooms, virtual courts, and management systems. And thirdly, SMS notification modules to notify applicants and respondents to attend hearings via mobile text messages. So counsel of today will not have the excuse that I had some days ago in my prior profession. Fourthly, refers system, which is automated transmission of certificates and referrals to the Department of Labor. A website domain, hosting and maintenance services, providing 24/7 public access to essential tribunal services, including e-filing, calendaring, and decision publications. The core services listed above are essential to the performance of the tribunal in fulfilling its constitutionally mandated role in accordance with Article 20, subsection 8 of the Industrial Tribunal Act. Madam Speaker, the technology and services implemented at the tribunal have made the Bahamas a regional trailblazer with respect to court automation, automated performance management, and digital innovation. The success of digital transformation at the Industrial Tribunal represents a model that can serve other public sector institutions, particularly as it relates to improving decision making using data, enhancing the quality of services to the general public and other stakeholders through service automation, well-defined performance standards, and strategic use of technology. The next phase of development promises even more advancement for the tribunal. The Industrial Tribunal is embarking upon an exercise to further automate central administrative and ancillary service functions critical to daily internal operations, including asset management to track items procured and maintained, such as cars, computers, furniture, etc. Personnel management to track annual confidential reports, acting appointments and promotions, retirements, etc. Accounting to manage quotations, invoices, disbursements, vendors, and salaries. Civil fines to track orders for payments of fines and receipts. Procurement, tracking the evolution, selection, and creation of formal contractual agreements, as well as managing ongoing supplier relationships. Library management, seek to automate the key functions of the tribunal's library and maintain the database of books, periodicals, subscriptions. Task management projects, track assignments, assignees, and report on progress on day-to-day administrative responsibilities. Special projects, which seeks to track events held by the tribunal. The project will also improve the administration of communications and interactions with other stakeholders, including government ministries, labor organizations, the UJ and the Puch Law School, and other educational institutions, the private sector, service providers, and the public. The success of the tribunal to date has attracted positive acclaim locally, regionally, and internationally, including from the International Labor Organization, the Caribbean Court of Justice, the Belize Judiciary, and the Trinidad and Tobago Industrial Court. In response to several requests, the tribunal will be facilitating a series of virtual and in-person capacity building workshops to foster general understanding of the use of technology in industrial relations dispute resolution. These events will be held in collaboration with local and regional development partners. They will culminate in the second annual J. Barry Farrington Symposium to be held later this year. Together, Madam Speaker, they are expected to further affirm the Bahamas' leadership role on the international stage. The Industrial Tribunal's innovative approach to digital transformation has established the need for consideration by the government for new posts in institutions engaged in digital transformation. The tribunal, for example, has proposed the post of an online digital manager to address the new internal need for a dedicated administrative team to support the management of its online services. The achievements of the Industrial Tribunal represent seminal progress for the Bahamas nationally, as well as in the eyes of the regional justice community and the international labor relations arena. To this end, every effort will be extended to ensure the continued success and sustainability of the tribunal. Madam Speaker, before I conclude this section of my presentation, I would like to report on the record of the judiciary as far as the adjudication of cases. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has provided the following statistics of cases from January to December 2021. Of the criminal cases brought before the courts during this period, there was an 85% conviction rate. Quite simply put, Madam Speaker, that means don't get locked up. There were 72 pleas and 43 nolli prosequis issued. 26 cases were discontinued due to the death of the defendants, and there were 320 voluntary bill of indictments with arraigned defendants. Notwithstanding this, Madam Speaker, we still know that we have a ways to go in clearing the backlog, which is indeed our ultimate goal. If I can now turn my attention to the Registrar General's Department, Madam Speaker. The Davis administration's commitment to improving the ease of doing business persists at the Registrar General's Department, or the RGD as it is otherwise known. To this effect, a new Registrar General, Camille Gomez-Jones, also a constituent of Centerville, has been appointed. Yes. She will lead the charge on a number of projects and initiatives that will improve the customer experience at RGD. The RGD is currently in the process of relocating from number 50 Shirley Street to a modern, state-of-the-art corporate facility in the financial center on Shirley and Charlotte Streets. Construction is scheduled to commence within a few weeks, and we anticipate the relocation exercise to be complete by the end of this calendar year. And with that being said, Madam Speaker, I wish to say a special thank you on behalf of the RGD to the member for Fort Charlotte and his team at the Ministry of Works for assisting us in that regard, as well as Palsec. Some of the upgrades the Bahamian people can expect at the new facility include a state-of-the-art facility for the application and collection of certified copies of documents, a fully digitized companies section, and a fully digitized civil registry. The companies section at RGD is currently in the midst of a full digitization project. BRAC Informatics Center, otherwise known as BIC, is an international service provider of digital services based in the Cayman Islands. BIC is currently engaged in the migration of data from the current systems to a brand new companies portal that will be more user-friendly for its agents and private users. The BIC project is currently on schedule to conclude by the end of this calendar year. Madam Speaker, the RGD has also recently begun a project to fully digitize the entire department. IDB funding has been secured to facilitate the digitization of all the assets of the RGD, including companies, births, deaths, marriages, deeds and documents, and intellectual property. A company will also be selected to design and maintain a new RGD website where persons will be able to utilize various services provided at the touch of a button. Madam Speaker, as the Minister with responsibility for the Registrar General's Department, I am proud to report that this administration will institute live birth registration at the 3 major hospitals in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It's a new day, Madam Speaker. No longer will parents have to stand in line with their newborns at the RGD offices. Colleagues may recall Mr. R. Gomez, former registrar of births, who used to walk from the Princess Margaret Hospital to Doctor's Hospital to register new births at each hospital. That was over 30 years ago. Now, with his granddaughter leading the charge, RGD will create 3 new positions for the placement of an employee at the Princess Margaret Hospital, Doctor's Hospital, and the Rand Memorial Hospital in Grand Bahama. To the credit of Mistress Gomez-Jones, within weeks of her appointment as the new Registrar General, my ministry received proposed recommendations to amend the Birth and Death Registration Act. This is a certified copy, Madam Speaker, of a birth certificate, and I must say that it's actually my own. Currently, you may get one of these if you were born in the Bahamas and your birth was registered within 1 calendar year, which is the time allowed by the Act. This is a certified copy of an affidavit of birth. Affidavit. That's yours too? Currently, no, this isn't mine. Currently, you must have one of these prepared and recorded at the RGD if you were born in the Bahamas and your birth was not registered within 1 calendar year. Now, Madam Speaker, imagine sending your child off to school, or you have work-related travel and the institution requests your birth certificate, and you have to produce this mini novel. It is the 21st century. Yes. We are in a digital era, and it is time to move the Bahamas forward. Yes. I am pleased to announce that as soon as practicable, my ministry will bring to this honorable place legislation to amend the Birth and Death Registration Act so that the Registrar General will be able to register a birth at any time, having been satisfied by sufficient and satisfactory evidence of the birth to be prescribed by the Act. Yes. No more affidavits, Madam Speaker. No more. The Registrar General's Department looks forward to a new era of digitization, of improved progress and productivity. Madam Speaker, if I may now turn my attention to the Department of Freedom of Information. Freedom of information has been spoken of and worked on by both administrations. I think I am right in saying that access to information by the Bahamian people is indeed an essential part of accountability and transparency in government. It is also an important component in any participatory government system, as it is the people who decide who leads us all. They should have access to as much information as possible. On the 3rd of May, 2021, retired Justice Keith Thompson was appointed as the nation's first Freedom of Information Commissioner. And on the 6th of May, former Assistant Director of Legal Affairs, Mr. Shane Miller, was appointed as his deputy. In January of this year, Mistress E. Sally-Ann Lockhart-Pratt, the former Registrar General, was appointed as Assistant Commissioner. Since their appointments, the commissioners have been busily involved in the process of organizing and setting up the office and establishing a unit as required by the Freedom of Information Act. The unit is temporarily housed at the Yandi building on University Drive. It is evident, Madam Speaker, that more adequate space is needed for the cohesive functioning of the unit, with space for training and expansion. A space has indeed been identified in the Bahamas Financial Center. And again, the Ministry of Works is currently engaged in the process of renovations so that the relocation can take place in a matter of weeks. With the resources of a $30 million loan program sponsored by the IDB, a consultant was chosen in August 2021 who has developed a national implementation plan for the phased rollout of freedom of information. The office has established a social media presence on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram platforms, and has worked in conjunction with the consultant, various NGOs, and the press to accomplish the following milestones. Working with the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce to implement a logo competition for high school age students in the Bahamas. And the winner, Ms. Caitlin Wong of St. Andrew's School, was announced in March this year. Also identifying and assessing, along with the relevant government agencies, the government's readiness in terms of information and IT capabilities for an efficient rollout of FOI. Also identified 10 key agencies to be pilot agencies for the rollout process, preparation of draft regulations, a training curriculum inclusive of town hall meetings to educate and promote freedom of information, access to information to the general public, as well as information managers. Identified prospective information managers, consulted with the Department of Archives on best practices in records management, consulted with the Ministry of the Public Service on the establishment of a career path for information managers in the public service. Madam Speaker, a crucial aspect of the rollout of freedom of information is the establishment of an electronic tracking system to track FOI requests and make reports as mandated by the Act. The Office of the Commissioner, along with the consultant and the project team at DTAD, have been examining the process for designing such a system. They have been in contact with the Cabinet Office in the Cayman Islands, which utilizes the JADE system, which has been identified as a system that contains much of what our Bahamian system requires, as the Bahamas' FOI legislation was heavily based on the Cayman's FOI Act prior to its 2019 amendments. A delegation comprising the commissioners of the Freedom of Information Unit and officers from DTAD traveled to Cayman Island last month. The purpose of this visit was for the delegation to take a closer look at the JADE tracking system that was developed by the Cayman Islands government. Tracking systems are an essential part of the Freedom of Information regime, as they allow each FOI request to be tracked, which results in increased accountability and a greater level of transparency. During this visit, the delegation also had the opportunity to speak with the Ombudsman and the Deputy Ombudsman. The Office of the Ombudsman in the Cayman Islands is responsible for outreach and enforcement under the FOI law, similar to the Information Commissioner here in the Bahamas. The requirement for the independence of the FOI unit was reiterated by both the Office of the Ombudsman and the officials of the Cabinet Office in Cayman. The Bahamas is now in a position to draft system requirements for the development of our own tracking system. A stakeholders committee has been appointed, the function of which is to ensure that the requirements to achieve full implementation of the Act are conducted. The committee held its inaugural meeting in the latter part of May this year and is now tasked with reviewing the implementation plan and advising the Office of the Commissioner. Madam Speaker, it must be re-emphasized that the full role of freedom of information is a process that must be undertaken in stages, as much preparation has to be done, especially in terms of assessing the records management capabilities of the public service agencies that fall within the ambit of the statute and the general government readiness. Thus, key ministries have been identified as pilot agencies to test and evaluate the delivery of information under this Act. The 10 key agencies that have been identified to begin the Phase 1 rollout are Ministry of Health and Wellness, Ministry of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Works and Utilities, Bahamas Power and Light, Department of Public Procurement, Treasury Department, Bahamas Investment Authority, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Public Service, Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources, and the Department of Immigration. The Central Bank is also being considered a pilot agency because of its expertise in records and information management. The rollout process is well underway, and implementation of the first phase should be effective by April 2023, which is within the 2 years of the opening of the office. Madam Speaker, this presentation is an indication of the heavy lifting being done within the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs to modernize the administration of justice in order to better serve court users, staff, and the general public. This administration, Madam Speaker, is not afraid of change and challenge, and we will face them head on as we move forward. Madam Speaker, it is said that a generation is approximately 30 years long. A person turning 30 this year would have been born in 1992. We are now close to 49 years removed from independence. We are 55 years removed from majority rule. The mace was thrown out of the window of this place 57 years ago. It is safe to say that the quiet revolution was not the fight of this generation, though we have benefited. The question then looms, what is the fight of this generation? What are the unifying issues of people born after the last fights were won? It cannot be that we are only here to maintain what has already been done. It cannot be that there are no more big issues big enough to unify the majority. Madam Speaker, there is an undercurrent of frustration, malcontent, and a simmering desperation for better, for more, and different, evidenced by the swinging pendulum of power every 5 years. This budget addresses many things. It addresses the need to assist persons with catastrophic health care. It addresses the need for development in our family islands. It acknowledges that wages are not keeping pace with the cost of living. It places heavy emphasis on food security and the opportunities available in agriculture and much more. What is necessary for us to face as a nation, however, is the need for this generation to identify and get about the business of achieving its common loftier goals. Some say that the goalpost, the quiet revolution of that the new goalpost is economic emancipation. If that is the case, this budget lays a good foundation for that. However, there can be no lasting or notable achievement without the buy-in and cooperation of the Bahamian people at large. The people of Senegal and the Bahamas must know, as they did years ago, that they do not have to be born rich and well-connected to become rich and well-connected. Bahamians should not think that they can do better abroad than at home. A life of criminal activity, Madam Speaker, should not be more enticing or rewarding than an honest day's work. We cannot become so comfortable in our silos that the common good is forgotten. The upward mobility of Bahamians, like those in Senegal, should be based on their own determination, efforts, and abilities. The people should know that though we are grateful to foreign direct investors and other international partners and friends of this country who have helped us to develop thus far, that this government, their government, this administration is hard at work in their best interests. As we move through this next fiscal year, implementing the policies and initiatives illuminated and provided for in this year's budget, it is my hope that we move closer to where we need to be, to hand off a better nation to the next generation. One where they celebrate our achievements the way we celebrated those of our predecessors. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I would wish to leave you and my honorable colleagues with a quotation, a mantra given to me by my parents, James and Paulette Campbell, from I was a child. Good, better, best. Never let it rest until our good becomes better and our better becomes best. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, parliamentary colleagues, those watching from across the length and breadth of the Bahamas and around the world by whatever platform they're using, good afternoon, good evening. As I rise to make my contribution to this 2022-23 budget, I want to start off by thanking the great residents of Central Grand Bahama, whose voices I so proudly represent. It remains an honor to continually serve you as your member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I would learn from Southern Shores last week, and I would at first give a shout out to my wife, Heather, who's watching from Grand Bahama. I will not save that for last. Thank her for her love. And my daughter, Jasmine Rain Imari, who's in South Carolina, but Jasmine Rain's named after my mother. And you know, Madam Speaker and colleagues, there was a time when I would rush home to watch Gunsmoke and Bonanza and Sanford and Son, and all those good old Perry Mason black and white movies, Hallmark movies. Now my daughter have me when I reach home, I'm watching Baby Sharks. I'm watching Baby Shark do, and I'm watching Dora the Explorer, and I'm watching Bluey and all those other children's show, and of course the Learning Channel and Sesame Street. I'm enjoying it because she's enjoying it. Absolutely, and she is in charge, and I do thank Heather and my family for this wonderful opportunity to experience fatherhood again. And I want to say to all of those parents out there that the lesson that I learned when I spent with my now deceased son, We spent 4 days driving from Alabama to Oregon. He wanted to go by himself, but I took that trip with him and we bonded tremendously. Had great conversation, sang songs, we ate, we explored along the way. And a year later, he was dead. And I realized before then, and particularly at that time, that the best thing we could spend on our children is time. Not money, not material. The best thing we can spend on them is time. So I want to urge all of us, parents out there, to heed that bit of advice. Spend time with your children, spend time with your family, because that's all we have. And I want to offer condolences right now to Stephanie Ellis, cousin of mine, the sudden passing of her son, Christopher. Christopher was also the nephew of Senator Kirk Russell. He died suddenly at home over the weekend. To the family of Miss Beverly Sherman, I also want to offer condolences to her. Mrs. Sherman was a very important pillar in our community, strong in the Anglican faith. And one of my proud moments, Madam Speaker, in Bahamas is that we had a Mother's Day concert, a post-Mother's Day concert this year. And Mrs. Beverly Sherman was one of our honorees. Honored her on that Sunday. And that following weekend, got the news that she had passed on. It's important for us to give our people their flowers while they're alive. She was at a concert singing and clapping her hands and just having a wonderful time, enjoying the music of the Cooling Waters. And a few days later, she was gone. To the family to Earl Gadet, MCM Earl Gadet and his family on the passing yesterday of his sister Vivian. Petroni Grain, the family of Petroni Grain, he's laid to rest on Saturday in 8 Mile Rock. And the weather was so bad, wasn't able to make it, and sent to Grand Bahama, but we want to say to Peter and the rest of the family, our thoughts and our prayers are with you. I also couldn't make it to Abaco to attend the funeral of my cousin from Waterkey in her 90s, is Anna Russell. But I'm proud to announce that the good member from North Abaco represented me, and he offered apologies on all of our behalf. So to the family of Ms. Anna Russell, I also want to say our thoughts and our prayers are with you. I also want to send a special get well to Brad McPhee and the survivors of the Long Island plane crash. I'm sure that was a rough weekend, and to the member from Fort Charlotte and all the other families who had members on that plane, say our thoughts and our prayers are with you. Your daughter was one of those persons who survived. I also saw the report of Spence Finlayson and his daughter came out alive. So to God be the glory. Continue to pray and cover your children. And I want to say to those who lost loved ones that we are also praying for you, praying that God will give you peace and comfort during this very trying time. This holiday weekend was a very eventful one, as we got a taste of the real start of the hurricane season, an early start. Grand Bahama was one of those islands experiencing adverse weather conditions, including downpour of rain, cyclone activity, and flooding. This weather resulted in varying extents of damages to the homes and properties of Grand Bahama. Now, get a little messy here. We understand that this New Day government held a meeting or did a postmortem or walkabout with stakeholders in the community after the event. But there was no member of the opposition present. We were not invited. I raised this issue. I was in Grand Bahama. On Thursday, on Friday, we were all marching together as one. East Grand Bahama, Pine Ridge, Central Grand Bahama, West Grand Bahama. We apologize for Marco City, who was in Nassau. And also the member of parliament for Fox Hill Grand Bahama was there also. Fox Hill Grand Bahama. He's also always in Grand Bahama. We knew exactly what you're talking about. Yes, and we march together as one. Talk about solidarity together forever. And here it is a day later. Members, we saw, I don't know if Marco City was invited to the postmortem walkabout. I'm not sure if East Grand Bahama was invited, but I wasn't. I saw pictures circulating of Pine Ridge and West Grand Bahama looking down the drain on social media. And perhaps that same drain, there's no reason at all.
The chair
over the year.
recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and
What-
Benton.
Is there a point of order?
My constituent.
Is there a point of order?
Yeah, there's a point of order.
What is
First
the
of
point?
all, there's a point of order. First and foremost,
Honorable member.
first
All
and
right.
foremost, as you did on the day when there was the tropical weather, you were in your constituency. And you went around your constituency. You didn't invite anybody, but you went. I was in my constituency on the day after. We were looking at the drains, we were looking at the damage. It's our responsibility. The minister responsible, I think he's kept the opposition up to date on everything that's been going on. But we went as members of our constituency. That's a tour we embarked upon, respecting the fact that our people were affected by. It wasn't to be offensive to you at all. And as a member, we, yes, marched together. And I thought it was wonderful, and it is a part of unity, and we had no difficulty. But the member and the minister responsible for NEMA has kept the opposition abreast of all that's been going on, not to be offensive.
I thank you for that, but beyond that, the member for Grand Bahama, who's responsible for the entire island, I stand by my position that all of us should have been together on the walkabout, because I have family members in West Grand Bahama, in Pine Ridge, all over, and I would have loved to be a part of that discussion. And yes, I would get to the member for Pinewood later on. I would get to him, but to show appreciation, because his approach was totally different, as you indicated. Like I said, the members were looking down this. I saw pictures of looking down this drain and doing a postmortem toward the island of Grand Bahama. And I felt slighted. We should have been a part of the discussion, because we have information. We would have liked to have been aware to be a part of the discussion. So there's no, see, I'm hearing the heckling in the background, but I'll speak to Madam Speaker, because that is where we are today. I find it strange that these members and these constituencies were not represented at the meeting. We're not represented, even though we all reside on the same island. I thought this was a new day. Government was all, and it was all about all of us as Bahamians, not some. I guess only Bahamians in West Grand Bahama and Pine Ridge was affected. Now, talking about Pinewood, I got a call on Sunday morning from NEMA. Got a call that the member for Pinewood is having a press conference. Would you contact Marco City and East Grand Bahama? We would like for you to be a part of the discussion. Yes, we'll send you the Zoom link. We're all a part of the meeting, and I appreciate Pinewood for reaching out to us. But if Pinewood from Nassau could have reached out to us to be a part of his postmortem, there's no reason why in Grand Bahama we could not have, as a team, do a full assessment on the island. And I stand by that. It should not have happened. And I pray that we will stop politicizing these events and work together as one, because we were excluded. Anyway, it's a part of Grand Bahama. It is a part of Grand Bahama. And I will keep my, see, you know, one of the things I learned from the leader of the side officer, he said, in his own word, you know, it's difficult to catch a fish unless he opens his mouth. I'll leave that right there. All the people of Grand Bahama and Abaco, they are still reeling. Yeah, we know exactly what that means. You know exactly what it means. He says, difficult to hook a fish unless he opens his mouth. And last week he said, when you're in the hole, stop digging, so let's stop digging. When you're in the hole, stop digging. He also said that. Listen to your leader, pay attention. I'll leave that right there. All the peoples of Grand Bahama and Abaco are still reeling from the ravages of Hurricane Dorian. There are still homes to be repaired, and the mental, emotional impact and pain from all the loss is still strong. In that regard, I was pleased to hear the Prime Minister say that they have already made progress with the new building code, standard designed for an era of climate change and adverse weather events. While serving in the last administration, I oversaw a very important review of the country's building code in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, and a detailed report of changes, updates, and recommendations were made. It is my hope that this administration utilizes the research and hard work of our public servants to advance this issue forward. And Madam Speaker, in my discussion with the member for Pinewood, he's aware of this report prepared by UNDP, a resilient recovery report that we did. And I'm happy to see that Pinewood studying the report and is just moving on with it. It's a good move. It's a very powerful document, one that is very useful for our country. Madam Speaker, if you'd like, I will table this report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. What did the document be brought up?
Today is 7th. Right? Madam Speaker, while we're on Grand Bahama and the immediate needs, sorry, may I continue?
Yeah, give me making this.
Of its people, I understand the Grand Ducayan sale is not finalized, as was indicated by Marco City earlier, but a letter of intent or memorandum of understanding is signed. I pose these questions to the New Day government, because we get the impression that the hotel is not so. Will the government table this document and when? Does the government have any concern that the indicated sale price will be modified as a result of negotiation and demands following due diligence? That's a process we must go through. Has the government budgeted any amounts for ongoing support for the property until it is sold? And if so, how much? And how much for continued marketing and airlift support thereafter? Further, will the Auditor General have access to audit these funds? Additionally, has the government budgeted support for the Grand Bahama Airport pending finding a partner? If so, how much and when does the government anticipate finding a partner? Has any amount been budgeted for concessions and support that may be negotiated as a part of any deal this fiscal year? And if not, why not? Madam Speaker, it is no secret that Grand Bahama is in dire need of love and attention. Like the son said, what the world needs now is love. I think both sides eagerly want to see a reinvigoration of the island. The healthcare service and economy in Grand Bahama must be one of the government's biggest priorities. Madam Speaker, we must also continue to sound the alarm on one of the most burgeoning issues across the globe, that is food security. We have seen the effect that natural disasters, health crises, and the hostile Eastern European conflict has had on people's negative life today. Things are harder now. Gas has gone up and continues to move up, but I'll get to that later. And it has become more expensive to feed a family. Now more than ever, we must shift the focus on ensuring that Bahamian families have the capacity to feed themselves. A place where we don't have to pay the overpriced costs for importation and inflation. Madam Speaker, since coming into office in May 2017 and graciously being re-elected last September, the resilient resident of Central Grand Bahama have partnered with me and my team to forge ahead with a focused initiative to promote backyard farming within and throughout our communities. Thank you. We started off with just a small development of 3 acres of land on the Mall Drive, where an assortment of vegetables was grown. Countless hours of time and effort by a team of volunteers, including residents, churches, and students, have been put in to cultivate this property. We are growing delicious produce that is consumed every day at little to no cost. We have breadfruit plants, bell peppers, dill, sweet potatoes, cassavas, and I think some people are getting hungry now listening to all this delicious stuff, onions and scallions, bananas, and I can't forget our world-famous eggplants. As a result of this initiative, we have distributed hundreds of backyard farming kits to residents who themselves have developed green thumbs. We have multiple editions of our now popular world-famous Farmers Market Fest. giving residents a chance to sell their farm produce and handmade craft for some additional income and for some additional exposure. Madam Speaker, as I've said before in this House, I vow to ensure this program is not just sustained, but also expanded to its fullest extent. Discussions are still ongoing with Harcourt Development to create a much-needed park in South Bohemia. We recognize the importance of this initiative, not just for Central Grand Bahama, but for the whole Bahamas. The former government had already begun making a move to combat this very important issue. Under the vision of our now leader, Honorable Michael C. Pindad, there was the foresight to create an agro-village to act as an incubator, an incubation hub for agricultural enthusiasts. Governments are continuous. I suggest this government continue this project and go even further. And I do believe that Central and South Eleuthera has the willpower to do so. There are multiple Crown grants, land grants made available, but even more to be given, and hundreds of acres in the possession of the Ministry of Agriculture that could be maximized for farming purposes. I reiterate that we must take a serious position on this. That means making bold moves and intentional decisions. The government should provide energy concessions to allow local farmers to compete with US-based farmers because they are able to produce at a lower cost than local farmers. Now here's where I see a little irony. See, it confuses me that the New Day government administration says it cares about our local farmers, but made internationally, and this is a critical mistake in my view, internationally imported produce duty-free. You made it duty-free. You say you care about local farmers. Why are you making it more difficult for our local farmers to compete? We don't grow fertilizers here. We don't grow this in these here. Why are you making it duty-free? You're making it more difficult for our local farmers to compete. Eggs, chicken, broccoli, carrot, spinach, cucumber, beans, and cabbage can all be found here in the Bahamas. Give our Bahamians a fighting chance.
Honourable member,
you say that.
Honourable member, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I remember when I was in the Senate, last budget, and the former administration provided some produce duty-free. The difference between that administration and this one is we have a plan. Yes. When we allowed these produce to be duty-free, it was to provide immediate relief to the people across this country that need it now.
Okay.
At the same time, we provided incentives through my ministry, along with energy concessions for poultry farmers, $1.3 million grant through SBDC, and also $500,000 grants through my ministry. I understand the point, but I also understand that we must create immediate relief for people now, who's hurting now, who can't afford $7 for a dozen eggs in Eleuthera and in your constituency. So it has to be a balance, and this administration understands a balance between immediate relief and helping the farmers out at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Like your noble leader said, when you're in a hole, stop digging. Like your noble leader said it. When you're in a hole, stop digging. You say that new production is not going to happen overnight, as if we don't already have persons now doing it. We have great Bahamians already putting in the work, and they're pushing. They are pushing. I'm not in a hole. You are causing the local Bahamians to compete. They need a boost. They don't need to be competing.
They need a boost. And you're being counterproductive. You are allowing the foreign exports. Okay, and allow me to get more into my presentation, because we cannot allow our local farmers to become collateral damage. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen. Okay, Madam Speaker, while in office, the Free National Movement started an innovative initiative to make it mandatory for hotel and cruise ships to purchase 40% of their produce from local farmers. 40%. Additionally, the initiative would have ensured that 75% of what the government purchased is sourced locally. Yes, we can do it. Why hasn't this initiative become legislation yet? It's currently a cabinet policy paper, but not an enforced policy. You are the government, enforce it. Do it now. You see, the acronym is going on, but that's fine, I mean, that's fine, like the leaders say. You don't hook them until you open their mouth. You understand? When will this government move on it? When will you move? The opportunities are just sitting, waiting to be shared with the Bahamian people. How long will the custom reduction last? How long must Bahamian farmers continue to compete at an unrealistic level with global imports? Yes, I understand. The intention was good. I understand. But look at the big picture. All of the details were not carefully thought out. I believe the intention was good. But the devil, like I always say, is in the details. We must empower our Bahamians in every way possible and not disadvantage them at all. And that is what we are doing, being counterproductive. The intention was good. I understand. But the backlash, I don't think we clearly understood that. So at some point, we will review this again, and I hope that some reverse decision will be made. We will reverse back, like the people say, to make it easy, even in the ground, for the Bahamian farmers. Give them a hand up. Do not allow them to become collateral damage. Allow them to be at the top level. Discourage us from importing so heavily from overseas. Anyway, Madam Speaker, there are amazing Bahamians across the archipelago who have decided to go back to farming, but it's not enough. There also need to be multiple Bahamians empowered in poultry production, fishing, bush medicine. I'm not talking about cannabis yet. Bush medicine and more. There's so much more we can do. I believe the government should reallocate a portion of the $50 million in small business development specifically for farming operation, therefore providing funding for those who want to start a small or medium-sized farm. The more farmers we have, the more we can grow, and the less we will have to import. Someone over there agreed. So I'll repeat that. The more farmers we have, it only takes two. It only takes two. Three. So you see, the Bible say that the angels in heaven rejoice over one sinner to repent. More than 99 just souls who need no repentance. So if we get one or two, thank you for the power. I appreciate that. I do believe that the New Day administration has the will to invest in this agenda. But we must see actions. We have a very long way to go as a country, and more needs to be done in the overall industry to really be serious about food production. And this is no joke. Ultimately, in order to achieve true food security, we have to heavily arm our people with knowledge, land, and funding to begin multiple types of agriculture and aquacultural. That is true. So I'm glad they're listening now. Very good. Very good. Very good. They're listening now. So good. Copy and paste. We love that. Copy and paste. Bahamians must be empowered. And I'm going to repeat it, yes, as many times as I want to. So I can win one, I can win two, I can win three souls, I can win four. And yes, and we can have a whole slew of angels following us. Bahamians must be empowered. We must arm them with the tools needed to really make this industry viable. Then we can start to have a real conversation about self-sufficiency. Outside of that, it's all lip service, all rhetoric. Madam Speaker, now let's get to the budget. We just get to the budget now. When this New Day administration came into office, they promised innovation and revolution for Bahamians. They painted themselves as the savior of the country. But all we have heard so far is a cut and pace, lackluster presentation of side orders, but where's the meat? I mean, Rodney will even ask, where's the meat? You know, you like 2 meats, you know. We don't have 2 meats, we have no meats. None. Only side orders. This way forward, budget doesn't do enough and does not come close to seriously addressing the many challenges Bahamians are facing today. I wonder, Madam Speaker, does this budget present the entire effort, or is there more to become? There's more to come, I guess, because the Bahamian people, they want more. That can't be the full budget. I think more is coming. So when the closer wraps up, I think the real budget is going to come. I wonder, Madam Speaker, we have a real need. We need real innovation. We need real change, real reform, and real relief. Even Moody's questioned the administration budget, calling the government revenue projection overly optimistic. I didn't say it. Moody said it. The credit rating, yeah, the Moody ones. Who everyone? The credit rating agency even warned that this could be a real threat to bringing the $10.5 billion national debt under control. Key risks to the budget are overly optimistic revenue collection projections in the absence of concrete measures to broaden the tax base and the inability to manage spending in line with targets. The credit rating has been quoted saying in a credit note to investors, specifically, the government expects to keep primary current spending unchanged over the next 2 fiscal years, which will reduce real spending over 15% nominal growth over the same period. Also, the government assumption for interest expenditure imply a decline in the average cost of debts despite a rising global interest rate. Are we living in a vacuum? I don't understand that. Madam Speaker, we need this New Day government to be realistic with the Bahamian people. Be real. Say, stop joking. The Minister of Finance has reported in his budget communication that revenue for the fiscal year has been outperforming budget numbers, and the debt to GDP has dropped by 20 points. Yet you have bought a resolution to borrow another $700 million for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Does this indicate that the government expenditures has outstripped the increase in revenue and now exceeds the supplement budget passed just a few weeks ago? You just passed the supplementary budget. Madam Speaker, you need to protect me now. Madam Speaker, you need to protect me because we're getting attacked now. See, they don't like to hear the truth. They cannot handle the truth. They cannot handle the truth. Tom Cruise said it at the meeting. You cannot handle the truth. That's why you're making so much noise. You can't handle the truth. Be quiet and listen. Listen to the truth. You may learn something. You will learn. Thank you for the protection, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Does this indicate that the government expenditure has outstripped the increase in revenue and now exceed the supplementary budget just passed a few weeks ago? How aggressive are we overall? How aggressive are these overall revenue projections for the new year? Given the number of concessions proposed and the fact that the U.S. economy seems to be teetering on recession, we're not in a vacuum. We cannot do it alone. Just 2 weeks ago, the Bahama president said that they were cautiously optimistic about the next few months ahead because of concerns in fall off in booking pace. Are you concerned about the summer bookings to the Bahamas? And has this been factored into your projections? I'm asking you this. The Prime Minister noted that his administration still has a number of inherited arrears that it believes must be liquidated. Okay, we can pay some bills now, that's what they said. The New Day government came to both the lower and upper chambers and talk about a number of legal matters with significant financial liabilities to the taxpayer. Will the government disclose the rationale behind those state settlements, the amounts paid out, and to who? Or the national security interests being protected by non-disclosure of such payments as required by the Public Financial Management Act and Fiscal Responsibility Act? What you hiding behind? Madam Speaker, with such urgency to pay off these arrears, why was there little to no mention in the communication regarding the government debt management strategy? Where's that? Why was that not mentioned? What is the status of the Debt Management Committee, and when can the public expect details of this strategy and the benefits to the fiscal strategy? Given the departure from the fiscal strategy, as was indicated by East Grand Bahama, and lack of a comprehensive payment plan announced, do you anticipate any further sovereign credit rating downgrade over the summer? I guess not. Once again, I note that the Prime Minister made no mention of major tax reforms. Given that the country has expressed support for the global minimum corporate tax, does this signal the current administration intention to withdraw its support for the initiative or to stall progress on it until forced to do so, as it does with all international financial services initiatives? The government is projecting a $500 million increase in VAT concessions, I believe equal to some 25% increase. On this, what is this based on? The deficit target exceeds the fiscal strategy target they produced in the fiscal strategy report just a few months ago. The Financial Services Regulatory Authority does not permit this unless they invoke, as East Grand Bahama said, the exception clause. Madam Speaker, I simply ask, is the budget in line with the fiscal strategy report recently debated in Parliament? And it does not. It's the conflict. It should be in line. It doesn't line up. It doesn't line up. Yes, and it's worth repeating. It's worth repeating because it's important enough for the people to know and understand. It doesn't line up. The two doesn't gel. It's like oil and water. It doesn't mix. I simply ask, is the budget in line? If not, is the government committed to invoking the exception clause, and on what basis? Because it ain't lining up. We believe that invoking the exception clause while claiming such an increase in revenue and beating revenue targets for 2021-22 will be inconsistent with the intent and detail of the act. The conditional cash transfer program did not work. We all know that. And results were not achieved in this last iteration in accordance with the government's objectives and the IDB criteria. What makes the government confident that it will be successful this time? These are very important questions that must be answered. When the former government left office, the New Day administration government made an economy on the uptick. Bahamians were watching the Jeffersons and singing like George Jeffersons. They were singing like George and Louise. We're moving on up. They thought we was moving on up to the east side. We finally got a piece of the pie. And guess what? Y'all came and y'all slapped it down. Bahamian thought we was just finally moving on. We're moving on up. And guess what? And you slap it right down. The Minister administration took the country from a decade of no growth to a consecutive period of economic growth prior to Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic. Facts, facts, facts. Check your facts. Once the country was hit by the historic storm and global health crisis, we moved to implement several initiatives to keep the fiscal gain we had over the previous years. The former government. Oh yes, Why? We saving them one by one. Keep coming. We have four now. Okay, then we can write them. Yes, the former government provided unprecedented support to Bahamian.
Member, the chair recognizes you.
Please stop my time.
Madam Speaker, I just wish to move now for the extension of the time beyond 7 p.m. As the member continues his presentation. If I can get a seconder.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor. Members. There's a motion. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m.
No one set up to oppose, so I guess y'all want me to continue. Good stuff, right? Good stuff. We're converting you. And you're getting the message. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The former government provided unprecedented support to Bahamians, entrepreneurs, and small businesses and established the Small Business Development Center, SBDC Access Accelerator, to provide direct support and funding for entrepreneurs. Much of the performance being reported can be tied directly to the arduous work of the previous administration. Facts. Facts. Can't question that. It should be a shame if this new day government flushes all that hard work down the same drain those members were looking down. It'll be a shame. It'll be a shame. And you remember the drain? They can say, watch the road. Oh, that's what it is. We understand and acknowledge that governments are continuous, and we want them to succeed. But we also want to make sure you do it right. Let's talk about inflation. And before we talk about inflation, there's something called now shrinkflation. And this is information that all of us need to be aware of. We're watching a program this morning on Good Morning America. So what the manufacturers are now doing, something called shrinkflation. Instead of using a 16-ounce bag, they're making the bag smaller, putting less inside of it, but charging the same price. So now the consumer, they are now watching, the price controller are watching them right now because they're cornering you. So in addition to inflation, there's something called shrinkflation now that we have to watch out for. You're getting, unlike Walmart, where they say you get more for less, you're getting less for more. But let's get back to the meat of this, inflation, something that is affecting our country. Since the start of the Russian-Ukraine war in Eastern Europe, the price of gas has skyrocketed and the overall cost of living as well. We are already seeing gas prices on new province increasing on a daily basis, hitting over $7 a gallon now, and slowly creeping towards $8 a gallon. My. There was very little or no attention paid to BPL and the cost of energy. Does the government have a strategy to deal with increased energy fuel costs as well as cost of fuel at the pump? East Grand Bahama said now $5 worth of gas can only carry you from pump A to pump B. Well, I guess it can almost get you there, because now gas is over $7 a gallon. My God, what a time. I cry for my people, my residents on Grand Bahama and the Family Islands who are already experiencing even higher than New York, must probably double in some of the Family Islands. Can you imagine the additional burden they will face in the upcoming months? The possible impact to the electricity cost of transportation, cost of travel, cost of importation, cost of food, shipping, and logistical issues. Now, the Prime Minister had announced that he was working with shipping companies. I think you'll remember this, right? To lower the cost of freight to reduce the impact of higher food and import costs. The Prime Minister, however, he failed to mention in his communication any progress on his discussion and when Bahamians may see the results of these efforts in the consumption of these imports. Has the Prime Minister given up on those efforts? And if not, when can we expect to see results versus more rhetoric? The Bahamian people wants to see results. They don't want more rhetoric, they want results. The people want results and not rhetoric. Bahamians are ready for relief. Our regional partners have led the way to deploy their own strategies for their people, providing restitute for high energy costs. Give us the plan for social services assistance, food security and inflation, protection for Bahamians in these increasingly hard times. This administration has waved the minimum wage carrot for months. I should have asked you to bring me a carrot. Yeah, you have a carrot. But has there been any consideration of the inflationary effects on business the increase in the minimum wage will have at this time when other measures are intended to help reduce inflation? Does this administration simply have no new ideas outside of being a copy and paste government? What new did you guys bring? Have we said before that the government made a grave mistake in decreasing VAT and adding the tax back on bread basket items, medicine, insurance, baby food and product, medicine and feminine products that were previously zero rated under the former administration? They had no foresight to see how their decision is ultimately hurting Bahamians. Oh, I'll say it again in case you didn't hear. They had no foresight to see how their decision is ultimately hurting Bahamians. You don't have to say what this time. You heard me this time. I echo the opposition's demand that the government bring back the highly effective, and this is very important. I echo the opposition's demand that the government bring back the highly effective VAT holidays for hurricane season and for back-to-school shopping that were introduced by the F&M administration. Now, who can go against that?
We can do better than that.
People, we can do better than that. Yeah, the people who want rhetoric, we want results. Don't talk it, do it. Show it to us. Talk is cheap. Money by land. It will be the poor's household that will bear the brunt of these, right? I'm dead serious. The marina or maritime industry has also expressed concerns over the plans to now subject charters in Bahamian waters to VAT, such as that these charters will now amount to 14%, 4% charter fees plus 10% VAT fees. We understand other Caribbean countries do not charge VAT on the already cheaper cruise fees. Do you have any concern that this increase will deter the lucrative industry and cause downstream reduction in wages and consumer spend from VAT patrons and marine employees? Do you not recognize that this could essentially drive business into the door of our competition? I just want to know who is sleeping at the wheel. Everyone been quiet. Who's sleeping at the wheel? Everyone can now say, aye, Captain. Oh, say it. Aye, Captain. All right, good. You're all sleeping at the wheel. Madam Speaker, very plainly, I ask, once again, has this administration begun to take any steps to mitigate the pending effects from the growing inflation? Boy, you say, Cho Rock, boy, I tell you, what social services support is being implemented to help the most vulnerable in our community? Putting the question out there, the Prime Minister announced a rash of reduction on duty for electric vehicles and increasing the fleet of such vehicles used by government. Has the government considered the revenue impact of the duty reduction and how it will offset the lucrative taxes government earns due to any appreciable reduction in fuel sales? Yes, dead serious. The Prime Minister announced that real property tax, more water.
What's the water?
Oh, this holy water. Holy water. The Prime Minister announced, I have enough time, right? The Prime Minister announced that real property tax will now be collected by banks. My God. As a part of their mortgage escrow payment together with home insurance, presumably. Do we think these things through? Does the government have any concern that this increase to the payment may push some homeowners, we talk about Bahamian owning homes, over the edge and create default for marginal homeowners to qualify? We talked about that. And secondly, make other potential homeowners unqualified because of the higher monthly payments?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The member for Central Grand Bahama is talking about VAT. Real property tax on mortgage property, where the action of a mortgage is that the borrower conveys the property to the bank, who's always had the obligation to pay real property tax.
So why does the government have to interfere then?
Which is why the banks don't give you a satisfaction of mortgage unless you can satisfy them that the real property tax is being paid. What is happening is the banks are doing upfront something they've always had the obligation to do. I would think that Central Grand Bahama would love to see a large institution like a bank obeying the law.
Thank you, Honourable
I think you should have given that lesson in real estate law to the cabinet before you made that decision.
What?
I made my point loud and clear. Making other homeowners unqualified because of the higher monthly payments. Will this defeat the push to award towards homeowners, especially by the marginal communities? The shift back to bank license fees versus the fee regime implemented by the previous administration seemed to push the financial industry back into default and conflict with OECD harmful tax rules against ring fencing. Pay attention. Does the government have any concern over new blacklistings as a result? The Prime Minister communicated the establishment of an infrastructure development fund and a family island development fund to be funded by rebate of tax derived from the family islands, and I kind of like this. If the allocation, however, if the allocation of development fund is strictly in proportion, I just want to get this straight. If the allocation of development fund is strictly in proportion to taxes Won't this create further uneven development across the islands as those with a lower tax base collect less and thus will be, I'm asking the question. If there's going to be parity, that's fine. But we have to make sure that the fund is equally distributed throughout the family island, and that's good. Again, I said, we want you to succeed. I'm asking the question, and if it's going to be, if Great Gornaki or whatever collects $2 billion and Rumkey collects 200, everybody get an equal share, piece of the pie. So we want to make sure the details, when you work, so we putting this in there, when you work with the details, make sure, not because you collect more, it means you get more. Because Andres will want the equal share, right, Andres? Thank you. Nabi will want the equal share, I'm sure. And you have to. Oh, okay, Nabi. We remember that. Our family islands deserve more than just leftovers. Okay? Nabi, we want leftovers. We want to make sure that we get our equal share of the money. He's a boss, you know. Yeah, I know. He does. They deserve concerted effort, planning, and real investment. Family islanders are tired of being treated as guests in their own country, or stepchildren to New Providence. You're from the family island. There's so much to offer on our family islands, and we all deserve a chance. Our Minister of Agriculture always talk about it. He's from the family island. The Prime Minister's from the family island. The Deputy Prime Minister's from the family island. Madam Speaker, it has now been officially 2 years since the Bahamas confirmed its first case of COVID-19. It's over 2 years, on March 15, 2020. In less than a few days, again, facts, in less than a few days of this confirmation, the government of the Bahamas had already begun implementing mitigation efforts to stop a possible spread when we knew nothing about the virus. It was this proactive action in the early days that saw stringent measures meant to protect Bahamians, so much so that confirmed cases remain significantly low in those early days. And that's facts. That's facts. But now, I'm going there. You can come go with me. I'll take you there. If you're ready now, come go with me. But now, we once again brace ourselves as more cases are confirmed across the country. The opposition is closely watching the positivity rate, the number of imported cases, the hospitalization, and the deaths. Madam Speaker, we need to refocus our fight in this pandemic, especially as we see more global health threats, such now, as was announced today, monkeypox in our shores. I want us to be careful. I don't want us to joke around and take this as a joke. I want us to be serious. Listen to science. And I'm not advocating for lockdown or any other measures. Just make sure that we take measures to keep our people safe. That's all we're saying. Keep our people safe. Are our healthcare facilities and workers ready for another round? Or are they ready for this new challenge of monkeypox? Let's get into action right away. We don't know how serious this thing could be. We heard how it's transmitted, but primarily. But we're hearing that it's in this country. Watch the Today Show like I did this morning and learn something. Then you find out how it transmitted. I'm not going to fall for that one. I've been here too long. This is the worry of Bahamians and businesses across the country, with things just beginning to see a rebound. What will happen next? Madam Speaker, I believe that worrying doesn't do us much good. We must act. The people want results, not rhetoric. We must ensure that the facilities are ready. Bed capacity is at a minimum, and equipment and materials are in abundance. We must also ensure that the healthcare workers are prepared. This means giving them the assistance they need. The hundreds of new nursing students who recently graduated must be encouraged to stay home and work in our hospital because they are so often poached. People only come here to poach crawfish and other fish, other seafood, you know. They poach our people too. The world poach them because of their value. We must be prepared because COVID is still very much a threat. It seems, however, that the urgency to tackle the virus had been replaced with the immediate need to jet set. Madam Speaker, I'm talking about travel expenses right now. After criticizing the former administration over its travels, this new administration had increased its travel budget not by 1, not by 2, not 3, not 4, but $4.1 million. budgeting some $14.8 million on travel and subsistence for upcoming fiscal year for both domestic and international travels. This is a complete change from just over 1 year ago, when the now Prime Minister asked the former government on this increase to travel. But the now Prime Minister bemoaned the Minister administration's decision. But now you see, the shoes is on the other foot. You know the foot that was dancing with you in Cat Island the other night? Shoes is on the other foot now. He recognized the importance. Yeah, he was dancing. He was dancing with Cat Island. The shoe, yeah, that left foot, whatever the foot was. But the shoes was on. I was not there. I was in Cat Island. Yeah. He recognized the importance of engaging internationally now and creating mutually beneficial new opportunities. The administration had a robust plan for the Bahamian International Partnership, but we had to shift focus to the pressing matters at hand: Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19 pandemic. We had to shift focus, and we did. I would like to point out that when COVID-19 hit, our administration canceled all trips and ensured that the money was used for the benefit of the Bahamian people. I didn't go to the Olympics. Prove it. Prove otherwise. It is up to you. I can't hear, Madam Speaker. Stop my time. I can't hear. I can't hear. Stop my time. I can't hear.
Members.
I need 5 minutes. Come on. On my time. Thank you. Yeah, I can hear. I can hear.
Members.
I can hear. I can hear.
Honorable members.
I can hear. Yes, sir. Who's rubbing the street? I can't get 30 minutes. I can't get 30 minutes. They say, who's rubbing the street? Who's rubbing the street? Who's in charge of this house? Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We canceled trip. The New Day government that has been in since September, however, has squandered the Bahamian taxpayers' money as we continue. Madam Speaker. We can wait until the news is over.
Member.
14 minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. This New Day government has been since September, however, has squandered the Bahamian taxpayers' money as we continue to battle crisis after crisis. The Prime Minister's justification for the increase is that they don't know what. Sorry, madam. See, I couldn't hear, madam. So much noise, I couldn't even hear you. I apologize, Madam Speaker.
I agree with you.
I apologize.
Bahama is having a splendid time this afternoon and this evening, but to utilize words such as squandered, I think that is not parliamentary. You should withdraw that. You can speak of excessive, you can say whatever you want. Squandered? Please, withdraw.
So
thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, is he asking me to withdraw squandered? You want me to withdraw squandered from my remarks? You want me to withdraw squandered that the President of the government has squandered? You want me to withdraw the word squandered?
They should have not squandered it.
Okay. Madam Speaker, if you demand that I would withdraw, I would. Madam Speaker, I would withdraw. I would withdraw.
Thank you, honorable
member. I would
member.
withdraw the word squandered. I would word squandered, but I don't know if squander from squandered to squandered. Squandering.
Wasted.
All right. The Bahamian taxpayers' money.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
This is not a lesson in law.
Madam Speaker, it's a point of order. The honorable member, to understand the context of squandering, if he's saying the Prime Minister's trip to COP was pointless and useless, he should come out and say it. If he's saying any of these trips where the interest of the Bahamas was advanced, wasn't value for money, he should say it. The point is very simple. If you decide that it's what is parliamentary, if you wish to say that that side would not have gone to COP, would not have gone to all of these things, then say it. And the Bahamian public would judge and know that you wouldn't have gone to COP. That's all.
Thank you, honorable member.
I didn't get the lesson. I didn't get the lesson. So I don't went over my head. I guess I didn't understand the lesson. The Prime Minister's justification. Now, the Prime Minister's justification for the increase is that they don't know what travel will come up this year. And this is going to get juicy, you know. And that just because the funds are allocated doesn't mean it will be spent. The Prime Minister said, not because the money is allocated to 14.4 million, it will be spent. But guess what? You see what he just said? You can't hawk a fish unless they open their mouth. Fox Hill contradicted the Prime Minister's statement. Fox Hill said in his presentation, if you give it to me, I will spend it all. Fox Hill said on the floor, if you give it to me, I will spend it all. So the Prime Minister is saying, not because it's allocated, Fox Hill, I will spend it all. And I believe that's a sentiment across the board. If it's allocated, you will spend it. Oh, yes. Oh, he said it. Oh, so Fox Hill translated. Okay. His press, the Prime Minister's press secretary.
Honourable member, please address the chair.
Madam Speaker, I apologize again. Madam Speaker, I apologize again. I will address it.
Take that water from me.
The press, oh, this is juicy water. No, this is water. You can test it. Now see, the Prime Minister's press secretary, who we hear from so much these days, claims that the Prime Minister, help me out now, is in high demand globally. Sorry, I'm talking to you, Madam Speaker. He's in high demand globally. I don't know who they think they're fooling. But the Bahamian people are not easily conned. It seems very two-faced, and I just want to know which face. Two-faced? Yes. And I just want to know which face am I talking to?
Honourable member.
See, it's two-faced. It's two-faced.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
Two-faced. Sorry.
Fort Charlotte.
Madam Speaker, it is absolutely not only unparliamentary, but it is illogical for this honorable member to make an allegation that the Prime Minister is conning the Bahamian people when everybody in this country knows the threat of global warming. We also know the importance of the relationship with the United States. It's the most geostrategic relationship this country has. And there is this week a meeting commencing at the Summit of the Americas. It is the same meeting that his predecessor would have attended. It is, what other country on the face of this earth has the kind of interlocking military, security, economic, political implications and intermingling of relationship? And to say that the Prime Minister is conning, Madam Speaker, if this honorable member does not withdraw that indecent word in this context,
yes,
I move that it be stricken from the record.
I agree, honourable member.
Thank you, honourable member. Thank you for the lesson again.
To withdraw that word.
I said the Bahamian people are not, and I said the Prime Minister's press secretary said that he's in high demand. So now it is okay because of all these interlocking issues globally. It's okay for this Prime Minister to do it. But when we did it, we were wasting money. We were squandering. But now it's okay. It's okay now. I made a reference to a statement made by the Prime Minister's press secretary that he is in high demand. And I said, it seemed to be two-faced. And I just want to know which face I should be talking to and at what time. Food locally is in high demand too.
Honourable member.
Jobs are in high demand.
Member. Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
Speaker, conning is deceiving, is being dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no basis that this honorable member has established in this House, which is being broadcast nationally, internationally, for this member to assert without any foundation that the Prime Minister is conning. Come on. I mean, just be honorable and withdraw it.
Yes.
I mean, I understand the honorable member may be striving to be facetious, but this is too serious. I mean, I see you smiling and laughing, but what I'm saying is that to assert that the Prime Minister is engaged in dishonest conduct is totally unbecoming.
Just your ruling, Madam Speaker, I will speak to you, and if the word is offensive to you, and if the word is offensive to the members,
Conning?
I never said conning. I never said conning. Go back and check the answer. I never said conning.
Yes, you just said.
I never said conning. I never said conning.
Honorable members,
But Madam Speaker, I will withdraw. Madam Speaker, I will withdraw the word conning.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Thank you very much.
I withdraw the word. Madam Speaker, I withdraw.
Members, let's go back to our rules.
I withdraw.
And remember now, on page 28,
I withdraw.
Rule 16, a member shall not use offensive, abusive, or insulting words about either House of Parliament or any member thereof.
Goes around, comes around. Just remember that.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you. I withdraw.
Thank you, honorable member.
I honorably withdraw the word Cohen. But like I said, Madam Speaker, is in high demand globally. But I am saying now, food also locally is in high demand. Jobs are in high demand locally. Healthcare system is in high demand. Women and children protection in high demand. Uniforms in our schools, high demand. Scholarships, they're high demands for all of these things. So where is our priority? The high demand to travel or the high demand to take care of those items locally that I just spoke to? I am dead serious. Yeah, that's why we talk about digitalization just now. The good member from Centerville. Use Zoom more often. Use the electronic media more often. We don't have to travel all over the world because of this high demand that we are talking about. No, let's save some money. Keep $4.1 million. You know how much what we can do with that? How many mouths we can feed? You talk about politics, keeping food off the table. You know how much food we can put on the table for $4.1 million? Find a way to cut that and keep that money locally. Madam Speaker, during my tenure in government, I was given the opportunity to wear multiple hats, including the substantive Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture. For me as a former athlete, this was an honor because I had the opportunity to represent the interests of those athletes that I once was. I cannot continue to stress enough that youth, sports, and culture are three of the major fabrics of our Bahamian identity that requires investment at the highest level. You kill a mosquito, you're not going to death. Okay. Thank you. I hope this new day Madam Speaker, why did you interrupt me so much?
How much? 7 minutes, honorable member. Seven good minutes.
So we kill the mosquitoes with this speech, eh? All right, good. We kill the mosquitoes. I hope this new day government will further invest in these areas. Madam Speaker, though he barely touch on the level of injections his administration intend to put into these industries, the Prime Minister, and I'm hoping to hear from the Minister of Sports when he speaks next week, I'm looking forward to that, advised that the country is attracting major sporting events to the Bahamas through the Sports in Paradise initiative to diversify the tourism product. This is very encouraging. I'm pushing this. I'm supporting this wholeheartedly. It will be exciting to see, like he described last week, the Babe Ruth Caribbean Championship Classic in baseball, Crafted Track and Field Championship, the World Athletics Relay, North American, Central American, and Caribbean Track and Field Championship, or better known as NACAC, and that will be in Grand Bahama. All of these events next year will be on our Bahamian shores. Additionally, this year, thank you for the correction. Glad we're awake and listening. The Prime Minister, The Prime Minister's announcement of the government funding of the Elite Athletes Program to increase support for Bahamian athletes and sporting programs is also encouraging to see. It was the FNM, and I don't care what you say, I know this for a fact. It was the FNM government that started the Athletes Subvention Program. Now kill some more mosquitoes. Kill more mosquitoes with that. We were setting the stage for rewarding our Olympic and other national athletes with the accolades they deserve. And you can investigate as much as you want to. After the 1992 Olympics, when Frank Waterford won the bronze, and 1996, when the girls won the silver in the 4x1 relay, facts. The subvention program started as a reward to the Olympic athletes. I'm not asking, I'm telling you. I'm speaking to facts. I was a part of the program. I know the blood. There was no subvention program during that time. There was no subvention program. I know the blood, sweat, and tears that our athletes invest just to have the chance to perform on the global stage, and they have earned the support. We hope that this government will take it a step further and provide the necessary training, facilities, and equipment to allow our athletes to remain at the global competitive level without having to struggle or beg for help. And we've been doing a good job as a successive government. This means creating an overall better support system for our athletes to flourish. The Prime Minister suggested that another $42 million may be needed to spend on the National Baseball Stadium. And it's only allocated, so it may not happen, it's only allocated, not because it's allocated while it will be spent. Some $42 million. How much has already been spent, and what is the anticipated return on that investment, and when can Bahamians expect to see that investment pay off or start to pay off? I guess it starts with the Babe Ruth Classic. The importance of investing in our athletes cannot be understated and must remain a top priority for this New Day government. But Madam Speaker, what about the other parts of the ministry, youth, sports, and culture? It is the utmost importance that we ensure that a national youth policy is advanced and implemented in order to protect our children, empower our youth, and provide opportunities to secure their futures. It's something that I really push for, and I'm hoping that that youth policy comes into fruition sooner than later. Because as I spoke to earlier, our children and our women in particular, they are being abused, they're being taken advantage of, and that policy affords some protection for them. So I'm hoping that some priority will be given to that. I believe previous administration, under the ministry of Minister Daniel Johnson, he pushed the initiative. It stalled at some point. I tried to get it going again. The National Youth Policy, yeah, he's a part of the PLP administration, and I'm giving credit to where credit is due. Pardon? No, I said where it was initiated. It was initiated at that point. I'm saying, and other ministers push it, but for some reason it kept stalling. But we must pay serious attention to it. Where does FNM or PLP in power? Yes, I'm saying it started under Daniel Johnson. He pushed hard to get it done, and I saw it, and I also wanted to push it. The minister he also had to look at it. Who, before me? Other ministers. I learned from Freedown. He's given a lesson in law. Freedown is very, I'm learning these lessons. Other ministers, I'm not calling any names. Additionally, we must ensure, this is not to grandstand, and this is not to get brownie points. Our children and our women need protection. Additionally, we must refocus our attention on just selling the Bahamas. We must curate our identity. Madam Speaker, I got interrupted so many times. I need an additional 2.5 minutes. Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, please. And if there's no interruption, thank you. And it's not controversial.
You have 2 minutes right now. We just gave you 2 minutes.
That's the bell, say 2 minutes.
That's the bell. A lot of time. Sit down.
All right. People come to our shows not only for sun. This time didn't stop again. Madam Speaker, I'm being interrupted again. People come to our shores not only for sun, sound, and sea, but for a chance to experience everything that is truly Bahamian. This is the most priceless thing in the world. The government must ensure that it is doing everything in its power to refine the Bahamas' cultural identity for the new generation and for the world to partake in. Madam Speaker, next year, the Bahamas will celebrate its 50th anniversary, or 50th year of independence. We are quickly approaching that milestone and are already hearing the big bash being planned
It seems to me as if the Prime Minister is trying to solidify his legacy, and no one can judge him for that. I support that. But it is ideal to be trying to pile on, but is it ideal to be trying to pile on events and celebration during this fiscally draining time with no plans on how or where the funds will come from? We have all the sporting events already announced, not to mention another royal visit for the independence celebration that will no doubt eclipse the more than $600,000 spent on the Duke and Duchess visit last year. The Bahamian people will once again have to fit the bill for this extravagance and grandiose posturing. Of all the things outlying in the government budget, there was no mention of how the government intends to pay for these things. We hope this new administration doesn't seek to add another burdensome debt on the back of the Bahamians for another big party. This budget was filled with lots of appetizers for Bahamians, but nothing to satisfy their hunger. Like I said, no real meat. They want more, they deserve more from this new administration. This way forward budget misses the mark and fails to push forward valuable opportunities left by the FM administration. Yes, Madam Speaker. As always, the official opposition is here to provide bipartisan support for this new day government. I thank the people of the Bahamas. I thank Central Grand Bahama. And I'm here to support and support my constituent in Central Grand Bahama. And I'm here to support and move this country forward, upward, onward, together. And don't put words in my mouth. The fish over there. Central Grand Bahama. Thank you for this opportunity.
Has many. Chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I now wish to move. It's good.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to, a question was raised by the members opposite, in particular the member for West End and Bimini, on a policy that is in place. I just wanted to read the words of the Member of Parliament for North Andros when he did an enthusiastic post on his Facebook page. It reads, "To assist local farmers and encourage hotels, wholesalers, as well as retailers to purchase locally, the government of the Bahamas released the cabinet paper reference to the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources support for locally produced foods." And then he cited a note from the Ministry of Agriculture. We have good news. 40% and 75%. The cabinet concluded in 2020 that investors, hotels, wholesalers, and retailers should source 40% of their agriculture and marine products from Bahamian producers. And this policy will remain in place under the current administration. Read the full conclusion here. And then the statement was attached. So just to answer the question, yes, it is in place.
Yes, in place. Yes, it is.
I'm sorry? We can certainly table it, but I don't think anybody takes any issue with it. No. Listen, the question was asked, colleagues, whether or not a policy is in place that requires hotels, restaurants to purchase 40% of their produce or foods from Bahamian producers, and is the government mandated to spend 75 cents of every dollar. It is in a cabinet conclusion, so it is a policy of the government. What is missing is our ability to consistently monitor and enforce, but it is in place. So it's in our collective interest. It is in our collective interest to make sure farmers benefit from it. This is a non-controversial issue. Let's just leave it.
You want to raise the point? Go ahead.
Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes.
you know, we only get upon a point of order or two, but the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama, that was the presentation that he gave. I mean, it needed no repetition. I mean, and whatever may have been said across the aisle, how does that occasion the necessity for the honorable member of Marco City to simply repeat the speech
Honorable member.
I'm very much surprised by the member for Fort Charlotte, right? Who is given to educating, and we've been receptive to your education on occasion. So my point is, several members seem not to be aware. No, you're making an observation that is absolutely useless. So what I'm saying is several members indicated that they did not know the policy was in place.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable
Yes.
member. Thank you.
In context, we on this side did raise the question of whether it's mandatory. You said there's a policy. I simply asked, is there legislation declaring it mandatory? That's the point I was trying to make. And I do accept there's a policy, but as you have said, it is not monitored. I think it's not as strong as it ought to be. It doesn't have the teeth that it should have. So that's the point I was making from this side of the chair. But right, so we will talk of that. We will talk of as Madam Speaker. I think it's an appropriate time now for us to suspend. Madam Speaker, I wish now to move for the suspension of the House to reconvene tomorrow, Wednesday, June 8th at 10 o'clock.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended until tomorrow at 10 a.m. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this House is suspended until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
All right!